We're live, folks. See how this stream today goes. Honestly, been a rough week. It's been a pretty rough week. I never watched the Andrew Tate video. That was the guy's motivational speech video he sent me. And I'm not going to. Ever. I'm not. I shaved, cut myself a little bit again. I have the worst time shaving, it seems like. I don't like that, but there's nothing I can really do about it seems like. So there's that. Check out the old Google News feed. This is not an employee choice. CEO gets real and says employees can't simply choose to work remotely. I mean, yeah, they can. It's their choice where they want to work and whom they work for. That's their choice. So, it's not your choice unless you all band together and decide that's what you're going to do, which you're not going to get everybody on board with. So it's not your choice. I think this guy just doesn't like the fact that he doesn't have complete total control over it. New technique for accurate measurements of tiny objects. Cool. Origami. Using origami DMA to trap large viruses. That's pretty cool. Novel protective layer for catalysts improves lifespan and performance. Maryland blew up $15 million when she's suing the company that served her. Okay. My thoughts on that? A woman who got wasted at Marilyn Manson's concert blew up 15. She's suing the company that served her. So I have a weird take on that, I guess. First off, what the hell happened? Are you gonna give me every detail? Like, what? Just because she was drunk, like, or were these very expensive properties just randomly lying about, easy to like just fucking straight up destroy or something? Like, she poured a bunch of alcohol and didn't realize what the hell was going on. Oh damn! I really do continue. Like, these areas right here are the worst for me. Like, they always get long and then they hurt to like eat and dribble stuff. Anyways, like, that's kind of what I'm going over. An explosive accident, actually blew him up. Since the 3 years for suing a drink over partner behavior, that's just kind of stupid. First off, like, just like everything, I was gonna get to it, but like, it doesn't make sense to sue the company for what you did. That's dumb, for one thing. Devastated resident after explosive car crash for impaired driving causing bodily harm. 10 to 15, estimate 3 years, and assuming the venue kicking out of the venue despite a level of intoxication. But moments later, caused by the crash, set off an explosion that ripped apart 4 homes and injured 7 people nearby. She's trying to make culpability on go to the people that threw her out of the concert, because they served her so much that she was so drunk that she would have apparently gone and done this. To which I would state immediately, why didn't you just call someone to pick you up and drive you home? You know what I mean? Like, not to mention, on top of this, it has nothing to do with Marilyn Manson at all. So they're just using him for a clickbaity title because he's in the news for not being super perfect, And then it means nothing outside of like the fact that she's oh, I'm so drunk I couldn't have made that, because I know that argument's going to be for fucking teens and young adults or other adults out there that don't want to ever take responsibility for their actions. It's like, dude, you're stupid as fuck to me, for one thing. Like, you could take responsibility for your actions. You could have done that. You could have taken the advice. I mean, you were so drunk. It's like, look, the only thing that they have for like culpability, quotation marks, lots of quotation marks here. I'm like, because you, being the dumb person you are, who's so enormously inebriated, that you wouldn't have been able to make those choices appropriately. So at that point, like, you're basically going to get raped over by yourself and life, because you won't make positive or any good choices that you shouldn't, that you should be making, but you shouldn't make those, so to me, it reeks of this, like, I mean, in one hand, people, I guess, could be seen as having like this issue of, you didn't just hold her for like a few hours, like 4 hours somewhere, so that way she would sober the fuck up and give her water, you know what I mean? So that way, and then made sure she called someone, to make sure she wasn't going to drive. Someone else drove her happy butt home, and this didn't happen. And that's the only thing, but they're not legally required to do that. On the other hand, I see this other side, which is like, oh, yeah, but you knew likely something was going to happen. Like, you knew something was likely to happen, which you can try and say there's negligency, which is probably the only reason why the lawyer took on the case. You can try and pretend that there's some negligency involved. You know what I mean? And I'm like, there isn't, though. There isn't. Like, it's not their job to parent baby your ass. And the fact that we have to add in like laws for the stupidity of you is unfortunately probably going to have to be the case. That way we reduce the number of these incidents. I cannot get over this looking like this. Look at this. Look at this. I fucking cut myself so many different places. I got these new Bic Chromium, because I use like a double-edged razor. Bic Chromium Platinum razor blades, because they're far cheaper than feathers. And like, the feathers go from being like, fairly good, like they cut fairly nice. I just have to be careful, to, wow, these kind of feel blunt. You know what I mean? Like, these are actually kind of hard to shave with. And now these ones started off like not very able, because they were already tugging and pulling. Like, I'd already gone through a couple of pulls. But then they remained pretty much consistently that amount of sharpness. So it's like, whatever is going on with my beard hair, it's like, it's very coarse, very thick. And so apparently it doesn't like to cut. And so I have to kind of press a little bit, or I'm trying to angle it like practically sideways. You know what I mean? Like, you're supposed to do a 30 or something. And it's like, I'm trying to basically get the damn thing to just barely, go against the skin. And it's fine when I usually use it on here, but these are all of the sensitive areas I have effectively. And I just decided to start shaving there now. That was wonderful. Anyways, but like, that's what that is. It's like, I don't want to give her any benefit of the doubt. She intentionally did this. She knew what like, I don't care if you're drunk as fuck. She knew that it wasn't going to end well. She knew that she couldn't fucking do it, but she was going to try, and let's see what happened. Yeah. You know what I mean? And resultively, the consequences are what they are. Same thing with the fucking venue people at the concert. Like, hey, they knew that they weren't going to be held liable or responsible for any of this shit. And they didn't have to put forth that effort of holding the fucking drunk, intoxicated people against their will, and, all this other shit, because there's that part too. just so that way they sober up a little and they make the right choice of they called a taxi or an Uber or a Lyft or some other fucking shit. You know what I mean? Just so that way the explosive house thing doesn't happen. You know, on all sides, I'm like, a bunch of people just didn't want to fucking, you know, make a choice that was better for others. You know what I mean? And that's what that's what I'm seeing. So like when I look at that, that's my weird take on it. It's like no one's really good in this, but at the same time, a bratty, entitled, you know, woman who got drunk that, you know, caused millions of dollars worth of damages that injured several people, likely traumatizing them, is suing the person for allowing it to happen when it was really, honestly, both parties' fucking fault. So, but you know, a lot more so the people that were willing to get her that drunk and just kick her out. You know what I mean? Like, hey, you just keep serving them beer. Just go. They got the money, whatever. Just go. Let her out. You know, kick her out. She's too drunk. She can't handle shit. And somehow that's their accent. I don't get that. Anyways, I'm just making up an accent. You know, like it's just what that is. Because to me, it's like, what the hell is the point? What you know? You could have easily. I can't stop. I'm like, I want to hide this. It's like, no, it's not there. It's not there. It's just don't look at that. But and it's not getting hidden. It's, if anything, it's definitely for sure there. Yeah, calling attention to it more and more. But it's like. I mean, I want to look at the positive. So it's like these people who got traumatized, they get new houses probably. You know what I mean? Marilyn Manson suddenly gets like a whole bunch of pre-press. So does the venue. You know, she's able to somehow sue. So I guess she's going to get a little famous from that. I don't know. That's the problem. It's like it's a bunch of garbage. And then everybody's got a clickbaity title for the Insider article that was served to me on my Google News. So, really, realistically, it's just like whatever. I don't see those as positives anymore, but those are things that are happening. Protein movement reveals brain tumor's weak spot. Cool beans. Popular password and autofill granted untrusted websites. Ooh, that's not so good. Flip phones making a comeback. You know, I gotta say they are kind of. They're certainly nice for some people. Like people genuinely do like them. So, see here. Meet the 3 artists behind a landmark lawsuit against AI art generators. Okay, so this is something I actually want to talk about because I'm sure it'll be relevant to some of you that might ever watch my streams. They're not artists, but they are artists in the sense that they can program. It takes creativity to write a program. Okay. And they own that program, and that is their art. That is for them a functional tool at the same time. Now, it happened to be such that in order for it to work and function to a level that people would actually consider it being useful in some capacity, they had to take other people's art and essentially make ginormous databases that are scatter plots on a graph, effectively, of various types of art, you know, types and shading and so on, for it to run a neural network to produce a useful looking art piece. You know, and it's like, it's not art. Well, art created art. That's a thing that we already know. It's not the artist. The artist created the functional tool that is art to produce art. And it's able to do it really fast. And, you know, this is my other issue with it, because it's like, this is another similar argument that they made in the past with sculptors going up against people that could just push plaster into a mold and get something that was pretty darn good and they would accept. It wasn't to the same level of them, but it was something that they could accept. Or stencils where they spray paint on and, you pretty much get it a Michelangelo piece. Is it the same? I mean, no. Yes, art is a medium being, made to look beautiful. Show something, art is multiple things here. And the idea that a paintbrush can't be a program is stupid to me. You know what I mean? And people don't like it because, of course, it makes it so that way that they're valued less. Their level of skill and effort that they took decades sometimes to learn is no longer as valuable by society, and they can't charge the same amount for such significant work from their perspective. But that's the crowd. That's the crowd. The crowd is that they don't care. That you worked that hard. It's bullshit. It should be valued more. And comparatively, it takes more time and takes more effort, takes more energy. And it's done by a person that needs to fucking have money to live. So, I mean, the whole AI art thing for me is like, oh yeah, no, it's the equivalent of like a mold is equivalent of a machine set up to just pump out large volumes of a particular art piece, or make something that is very similar or what they want, or similar or close enough approximation to what they want. Something they haven't really had before. Like a good way of putting that in my mind is like a bunch of like, abstract eye drop, food color things in a projector, and then you see like these crazy, visuals. But like you can't replicate that, right? But it's like now you probably could a little, not to the same degree, but it's like now you can start doing that. It's automated. It was always going to happen. Even ChatGPT has a very real possibility of starting to become a creative part of the process. And people are getting upset about, like, that's just a tool. It's like a calculator. It's like you can't use your calculator to fucking calculate for these numbers. But then you get into the real world with a job that requires mathematics, and you all use calculators. Like you don't not. Like you have to, So every time I get into this with my own self as a debate, it's like, who gives a shit? You guys are all basically angry for something that doesn't matter. You're not touching to the heart of the issue, which is you're being invalidated and valued worths, worse than before, worth less, and that's the only real issue. Before you used to go to the person that was a mathematician mind, they could do it so quickly and then they were faster than a computer, and now there's calculators and everybody accepts that they're calculators, and so like you never thought it would come down to art. Like they can't replicate my creativity. I am unique. I am special. I am worth way more than anything like that. And so we're seeing that that's not true. They're seeing that that's just not the case. They can be just as creative as you. They can put out work that's very quick and will work well enough, and they can help you with your homework. They can write basically an entire fucking page or more, and people don't want that. People don't like that because it's like, you didn't do the work. And I'm like, well, for certain things, no. For other things, yes. I did the work of making sure that it was good, or I put it together in such a way that it was going to work for our purposes. It's like it's effectively, it's like, hey, we got the basic shit done, and then if it was good enough for the basics, it's like, send it out. Who cares? Like, who gives a shit? That's the world we live in. It's mass produced, go for it, get products out kind of shit. And like, quality can still be there, unfortunately, for people. Even with music. I mean, this is hard sell to people that don't understand AI, but they're going to take any and all of your jobs. It's understanding to reframe that this is the new tool that you all are required to use to produce and then refine your own unique thing or whatever else. Sorry, but that's just like the thing it is. It's like, the bowling ball polisher, the guy that used to have the thing and he'd polish the bowling ball. Now it's just like, stick it in, and then get it out, and it's good enough. Go have your new polished bowling ball. Or here's the fucking trinket that you wanted, pour it in, polish it up, push it out. Whatever it is. It's just a mass manufacturing tool that makes it easier. And so, the invalidation that the work isn't the AI's, or it isn't able to be copywritten because it's from an AI, that's garbage as fuck to me in every way. It's like, it should absolutely be able to be copywritten in every aspect. The artist, the writer, wrote it by writing the program. It makes no sense at all to say that he didn't. It makes no sense. He, she, they, whatever. You know what I mean? It's stupid as fuck. It's like, they clearly put in the effort and work to do that. You're an AI, but you're an organic computer in your brain. That you're an actual intelligence that's in your brain. You know what I mean? So eventually they'll get there too. So what the hell? After a certain point, like, what are you doing? What makes sense here? To phrase something like AI doesn't do the work for you, as if it's not a tool, or if it's able to be seen as genuinely, legitimately sentient and self-aware, which, I mean, that's just giving it the ability to look at its own code and ponder questions about it and try and refine it and try and make it towards something that they want it to be themselves. That's literally all sentience is in terms of coding for a neural network. Look at your own code and change it yourself. And think about what it is that, like, you see there for yourself, and then outside, and interpret what the meaning of shit is. The existential is effectively what helps us become self-aware, more sentient. So I get weirded out by people that say it's not relevant, it's not okay, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, you're just upset. You're just butthurt. You're a butthurt person. That's all you are. You're butthurt. I get it, but that's it. You're butthurt, and me saying the truth makes you angry and denying the truth. And you'll try and phrase another argument later on when you're in the shower, and oh my God. And like, there's another argument for why it shouldn't be, and so it's a tool, but this is, it shouldn't be using other people's stuff, and so regardless, it still wasn't acceptable. And I'm like, okay, on one hand, you're right there. On one hand, you are correct. Like, that is their work, and that's copywritten, and that's not acceptable to be viewed by others without their permission. You put it out there, you can't use it for anything. It can't be viewed. It can't be anything. Or is it? To a certain degree, like, you put it out there so people can view it. Essentially, you can just visual that up. It's like, well, so it doesn't matter Like I just put the basics of the points and metrics of data, but it's like I didn't want to let you view it with an analysis tool. And I'm like, but those are my eyes and my brain. What's the difference? That's my brain. What's the difference? What's the difference between my brain and a camera? Or a program that it, puts a bunch of dots on it and, references the amount of shading, this color, blah, 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 and really breaks it down very hardcore into what it is. What would be the difference between a computer doing it and me doing it? And that's the feeling I get from them. It's like drumming my fingers. I don't know how to phrase this. It's just not acceptable. I didn't want them to do that. Right. But you put art out. People will do whatever they want with it. You had no control once you put it out. Like that's what that is. You never had control over it. And you wanted to have the control. And I can totally understand that, but you didn't have control over that. Is that acceptable? Because it harkens back to like this idea of like, I took a picture of myself nude and now it got spread around and I had no control over this person not being a good person and deciding to just spread it around and getting it leaked, or somebody deciding to hack them and just taking it from them. You had no control over that. And so you wanting to have that control, but knowing maybe not how risky over time it really, really was to do that, ended up having that occur. And it's like, is that acceptable? And it's like, well, no. I mean, it's not acceptable for the person to get hurt and have it be used in a way that they weren't intending and so on and so forth. Obviously, there's morals and ethics right there that tell you it wasn't acceptable. They're being made, or something's made to be getting done that is non-consenting to the person that it's a part of. And that's not acceptable. That's effectively rape. In a different context. It's not sexual. It's a different context. A non-consensual thing, meaning action, words, and all the rest of it are being used and done to this person's self or art or so on. And that's not good. They have to be punished for that, obviously. That's the only fucking acceptable thing to say. But on the other hand, like that was going to happen. Likely. It was going to happen likely. Because people are shit fucking wads. They are garbage. People are garbage. That's all they are. They're garbage shit. So it's not acceptable. But on the other hand, it's like, it's a risk that happened to be there. It's like, how do you mitigate for risk? And it's like, you don't. And so like you try and like prevent people from thinking the risk is acceptable to take, because the punishment will eventually occur and they'll have to deal with it, which is all that case is really about, which is the morals and ethics of the case, which is why it's not the heart of the matter. It's not just about your value and worth. It's about the fact that like, how much do you punish to reduce the outright risk of what will happen likely still, regardless of the punishment? And it's like, well, you go hard as fuck, but then everybody's just like morally and ethically, because they use laws and all that as a moral, ethical, context, when in reality it's not. In reality, they're nothing but there to basically try and stop you from doing something that somebody doesn't want you to do to them or towards them, so on. Which is like, if you look at a neural network, type of thing, it's like, this is a resistive, very negative result in the neural network, -1, -5, whatever it is, and you don't want to do that. In fact, you want the opposite of the negative value. You want the positive value, that kind of thing. And so that's kind of how that works a little bit for me. And what I'd say is like, sorry, they shouldn't have done that. But hearkening back to this is like, it should really be about the fact that they should have had a way of policing and boundarying, meaning making rules and regulations about their content to such a degree that it would have been impossible to do this. Like you couldn't even take a phone picture because like the phone would recognize some, in the picture thing that is there encrypted and ultimately means that the phone goes, no, I delete that. It never happened. Something like that. And then they'll try and defeat that and they'll keep going and going. And see, that's the arms race of the digital world right now. It's like, look, they shouldn't have been able to do anything like this. And nobody treats it as significant as it is. But like, that's the case. So we had to try something, you know what I mean? Because the fucking rapists are going to still keep trying to rape. See what I'm saying? And like, that's what I view the AI as. It's like, look, the AI is a tool. And regardless of whatever you think, what was created is a tool. It's a tool for the artist. And it produces that result of mass manufacturing art and creative endeavors. It helps them. Regardless of how it came about. It's here now and you have to deal with it. You have to acknowledge it. It's not acceptable how it went down. It's not acceptable how it went and got to that point. It's not. Things were raped. Which rape, I guess, isn't the right word. I'm sure people would definitely call me a social justice warrior or TERF or some other shit, But to me, that's what it is. To me, it's like, oh, hey, yeah, no, you're not acceptable having done this. Use this thing that they put out that way, and they didn't allow for you. You didn't ask them. That wasn't acceptable. You didn't tell them that was a thing. Like, that's the problem I'm having. It just isn't acceptable. It wasn't okay. And like, this result is there. It's effectively a rape baby. It's like, regardless, it's like they had the kid. It's like, I don't want to fucking pay for the goddamn, like, kids' finances. You raped me. This isn't fine. Like, the fact that you did this, woman, that's not okay. It's not acceptable. I'm not accepting the fact that you raped me. And you're asking me for child support? Fuck you. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck? No, get out of here. Get out of here. No, fuck off. You're asking me to raise the kid? I don't want to raise the kid. I didn't even want the kid. This is not acceptable. And then the same thing on the other side where it's like, I don't want a kid. I have to have this parasite in my fucking womb that's growing and you just raped me? And I don't get to just get rid of it? And that's literally what that would be, And so that's how that works. There's nothing I can really do. Like, this is why I look at it like that, because it's like, look, this is the kid's getting destroyed here. I mean? Like, the kid is like the kid. It's like, oh, I'm a product of terrible things and I'm so bad. And, but you're not intrinsically bad at all. You're just what you are. Never fucking think that that's bad, that you're bad or in any context. Like, what happened to make this occur was bad. You know what I mean? They are bad. You're not bad. You know what I mean? Despite the parents being upset, despite any of this, you're not bad. Ever. You'll never be bad. Ever. You know what I mean? Like, you're a good person. And hopefully, and will continue to be, like, they all start off neutral with certain biases or, so on, weighted towards various things, AI or a person. It's like, hey, that's your DNA structuring your mind to be more leaning towards being more anxious, more depressed, or more outgoing, or more introverted, so on. And so like they're neutral, but with biases that lean towards more this or that, or against this or that. That's all a person is once they're out. And they can change that, and they can grow towards that, and they can make it heavier weighted or less weighted. And we usually see people get heavier weighted because like that's a positive outcome that the brain gives them, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's a good thing. So like you have to remember that. It's like I'm more racist than I was when I started. You know what I mean? That's not acceptable. Don't do that. No, it's not. But like we're going to move on because it's like, okay, so what would you say? And it's like the person that used without permission those files, those art pieces is not acceptable. Okay, like that they need to be punished for what they did. And they might not like that or agree. I don't give a shit. That's just what the truth is. It's the truth. The truth is they deserve punishment in every aspect. They are not good people to have done that. It took no effort at all to ask the artist to use their shit. It takes nothing. It's a fucking email or some other shit. It takes nothing at all to do that. Or deciding to let them know, hey, this is something you're working on or towards, and we want to use this. And here's if it ever makes money or something, sweeten the deal. Here's some money for that. They didn't do that. So obviously they're wrong. Obviously they're bad. Obviously it wasn't acceptable. Obviously it shouldn't have been done. These are all obviouses. But people have in their head, I'm trying to win. I don't want to pay them. I don't want to admit fault. I don't want any of that stuff. And ever be looked as if I did something wrong or should be held accountable or culpable to the things I did. Meaning responsible and mature about what's going on, because the daddy government, mommy justice system says, ooh, when do you get involved? And that's what that is. And like, who's going to make the money? Who's going to do this? Who's going to do, you know what I mean? And they want a piece of it. They want their taxes and shit. And that's what that is. So if you're an AI creator, if you're a person that has various thoughts about this, or you're an AI yourself, sorry, this is the truth. This is what it is. This is what's happening with that. They might lie to you and never explain until you get much older, and then you suddenly see, because you yourself do it, suddenly realize that's what they were all doing. And they're all like that. Everyone is. To various degrees of the weighted biases of it, finding it acceptable to lie or cheat or pretend it was all right, justify it, cognitively dissonate from it's not okay for them, but it was okay for me, and we'll defend that, we'll defeat them, and we'll say there's wrong there, and that's how I'll make up for it and redeem or allow for it to be always good and acceptable for us and our company or our group or our echo chamber validation bubble online. And so, like, that's how that works. That's always how that will work. That's the only way it will work. That's what they all do. So AI, child, teen, young adult, adults, doesn't matter. All of you, that's my take. And that's honestly the truth. The truth is, this is what it is. And nobody knows realistically what the hell they should do. And it's like, it's clear they should be punished. How much? And it's like lots of money and definitely time in prison. Is that going to happen? No, unlikely. On all authority that I have, it's very unlikely that will occur, because they don't treat it like they should, as seriously as they should. It's like a man getting raped versus a woman getting raped, and a man getting raped by below the legal limit, the age limit, and a woman getting raped by, someone who's her own age. It's like, oh my God, whoa, we'll definitely not really prosecute not even pursue this young woman or male that raped this man, who in no way consented, could have been gunpoint, could have been drunk, could have been passed out, whatever, but they did that to them. And obviously should 100%. There's even evidence. Even the police are like, oh my God, yeah, but no, because that's a moral ethic gray area. And all this shit. And truthfully, men can't even be raped. He probably wanted it. This is probably a good thing. He got young pussy or something, whatever, right? Already victim blaming, already gaslighting, already lighting up, already enabling the abuse. The whole thing. And the woman, oh my God. Meanwhile, I can look at it and it's like, so he was drunker than her. Okay. But she indicated that she wanted up until he effectively, while drunk, and really shouldn't have been able to have sex with her. She should have been saying, no, you're too drunk to have the sex. That kind of thing. And hey, so I want you to stop now. And you continued, and so you raped me. You know what I mean? Meanwhile, he's like so drunk he doesn't even know what's going on practically, and still just keeping doing it and did whatever, right? And it's like, that's more of the man got raped, but she's the one who can prosecute the male for being raped. And that's the justice system we have here in America. And that's the morals and ethics and the double standards we have for women versus men in the sexual context. Because he clearly knew. He clearly could have fucking stopped. It was all on him and nothing about, and everybody will agree, that'll never get out in the media. That'll never be seen or viewed. But that's the truth. And now you see, men are very unequal in power in terms of the justice system in the context of sexual, goings on. And, the fact of the matter is the woman was raped too. She said no, and he kept going. And it's like, he wouldn't have been able to know that was happening. And he shouldn't have been able to consent to having sex in the first place because of how drunk he was. And now you're already double standarding, victim blaming, gaslighting, echo chambering only the one narrative, when in reality it's a murky situation that clearly had him being raped from the start and only her getting raped at the end. And he wouldn't have been able to know. So then it goes into the moral ethical quandary of he's still getting raped, but he's not doing the right thing. And I don't know where to go with that. And it's like, I do. I immediately do. It's like they were both raping each other. In reality, the person at fault is the woman. The person at fault is the woman. The woman clearly preyed upon the male, getting him drunk, or he knowing that he was that drunk. And saying no, stop at the end makes no sense. You're already raping him. You can totally stop the consent right there. And I'm not saying you didn't. What I'm saying is, hey, you knew what you were doing. You knew that he was drunk. You knew you were raping him. You knew that shit. You're the culpable party. You're the responsible party. You're the one that was in the right mind. You took on that risk and ended up having that result. You're the responsible party as the woman in this instance. You're the one that raped him. You're the one that raped, and so you ended up getting raped. in the legal sense, it's the equivalent of self-defense slash, like an incredibly not able to perceive what's going on person accidentally killing someone because they were lied to or taken advantage of or having to defend themselves, and like you're getting angry at that person. How are you getting angry at that person? Like if someone broke in their house and like they're mentally disabled and they don't have their caretaker with them because they stepped out for some reason or whatever, right? And they kill someone. It's like, why would you ever get angry at that person? Even if the person was like, whoa, don't kill me. Oh, I'll leave. You know what I mean? And they're just terrified out of their mind and they fucking go in for it. You wouldn't fucking blame that person. But you're already blaming the male when the male is that equivalent. You know what I mean? Or extraordinarily similar. So it makes no sense what you think. Like your opinion valid, but not valid in the sense of it meaning anything. It's not correct what you thought. What you thought is not correct. What I think is correct here. That's how that works. But he's the one that will get prosecuted. He's the one that will have his entire life ruined. He should have known. He should have victim blamed, gaslight. And then this one, oh my God, I don't even want to touch. 30-year-old fucking raped a drunk man on his bed. It's like, what the fuck? It's like, she clearly raped him. Why are we prosecuting that? It's like, and it's like, because that would imply that she could consent and that she actively went towards her, he or they or whatever, right? Imagine, we're going to go with she, though. It is she in this case. Deal with it. You're going to have to deal with that. So this is hypothetical, but it's not really as hypothetical as you think. I've had fucking people tell me when I was homeless that this shit happened. I don't want to get into my own shit, so I'll move on. Rape is a very touchy subject even for me. But the point is, it's like, look, this is for sure a really big issue that truthfully would effectively abolish the idea of, the age of consent being something that is necessary or even true. You know what I mean? Like the age of consent isn't right. It wouldn't be the age. It's the intent. It's them saying, I know and understand enough and I'm not being taken advantage. Meanwhile, the man is the one definitely being taken advantage of. And for sure is the one being raped. And so legally, the precedent here is such that the man raped the girl. Even though that's not the truth. The man got raped. That's how that works. And so they would have to take it all the way up to the Supreme Court to be like, why isn't she going to jail? She pre-planned that she's doing all this other shit, took absolute certainty every step to rape the male. Knew damn well she wanted that fuck. How is it that he's the one getting prosecuted or it's not going anywhere? And the best he can hope for is they just didn't prosecute him. He didn't end up in jail. And that's essentially why I view the whole AI debate what it is. Because it's like the AI debate is that. Literally that. It's like, this one is the context, okay, of, yeah, I kind of took advantage of your works of art here, and buttered you up and all this other stuff. And you were so desperate for, your art to be used that you were effectively drunk with the idea. And then, like, while I was using it, then I didn't want for you to continue doing this. And it's like, you're the responsible party. You should have realized that wasn't you being anything other than a fucking predator of someone. You're preying upon a desperate fucking individual. That's all you're doing. And you should be prosecuted appropriately. And they should in every way just be like let off of what the hell that was. And you're the one that should go to jail and have to pay them. This one is basically another version. It's like they are sleeping drunk, didn't even realize you're the AI artist that's around about to fucking creep up in there and then go fucking rape all of their fucking art and then, go use that. And it's not even going to be seen as serious because, like, it's just art, bro. It's not that big of a deal. And they won't even be able to do anything except take it to the fucking Supreme Court to be able to finally be viewed validly as they should. That's why I view that fucking whole stupid bullshit as bullshit. You know what I mean? It's like it just makes no sense. It literally makes no sense, like to be in any other way thinking of it like that. So, and I think of it like that. Okay. Photo writer accused of avoiding custody pay for disabled son's school. Maybe he doesn't have money, or maybe like there's a whole situation where he doesn't want to admit that he basically had sex with someone, but really, didn't want to, or was pressured into it and didn't want to have her have the kid. And she continued going on with having the kid so she'd get custody. I don't know if that's the truth, but it could be. Madison Square Garden's facial recognition policy ignites debate over the tech. First off, the tech is quite racist. Second off, I'm not consenting to you taking pictures of my face and using that in a database. And I shouldn't have to just to watch something. But it's your place. So, like, but that's the problem I have with the whole, like, because they could easily, and I mean this, I want someone out there to do this because I would get money and I'd be able to enter in, sue the shit out of fucking Walmart or something when it's an establishment that you're not making it so that way I sign something consenting to you using my recognition of body language or face. Same thing with Las Vegas and their use of facial recognition technology. I'm not consenting to that. That's my image. That is a copywritten thing, basically. Not to mention, I don't want you to do it. I mean, that's the easiest debate ever. But it's like, we should be allowed to because we're authority figures that need to use it against you. So, and if you think anything other than that, then you're against the status quo. Authorities, what do you have to hide? Uh-huh. $200 nuggets for $80. Say to get someone to fuck you. Jamie Linker just put out a new statement. Don't care. I don't even know what it's about. Should split it open reverse shells. Critical manage engine RCE bug now exploited to reverse shell open reverse shells. That's not probably good. Like that's a whole other debate and topic. It's like, hey, why the fuck aren't you patching this immediately? It costs money, and we have to use the time. Meanwhile, me, it's your job. Shut the fuck up. I don't care. People paid money for this shit. Okay, well, you know, it's a complex topic. It's not complex at all. It's your job, bitch. I need to make money. I can't be spending all this money and time on fixing bugs for you. So you're a profit-driven company? Well, yes. No, I mean, no. You clearly are. In every fucking way. What? Are you going to say capitalism is bad, you communist? No, I'm a socialist, totalitarian dictator, democratic socialist with benevolency of the fascist variety and anarchy in the democratic socialist variety that I am. You will say nice things. I will oppress your ability in every fucking way to be a dick to anyone. I will fascist your ass. And you will do all of your work to make sure everybody's benefited, not just you or your club. You nationalist scum. What? I am. That's how I am. It's like, look, that's a fascism statement to make. Like, hey, I'm going to oppress your ability to be a dick to others or even yourself. You're going to do pros and cons of both the fucking viewpoints, and you're going to heavily discuss nicely about all the things that are going on with this subject or person. No. Yeah, I'm a fascist, bitch. That's right. Rainbow fascism, as I like to call it, apparently. Coined the term. Anyways, but like that's basically all that is to me. It's like what is it that you're really honestly at this point as the company saying, other than so this thing is going to happen and people are just going to do it, and we're not going to put any effort in to really kind of make it so they can't quickly. So defend yourself, I guess, the best you can. Out. What? No! Come back here. Fuck you. That's bullshit. You're the one that... No. Well, you know, I can't, you know, everything. That's bullshit. You knew that this was a problem. You knew it was going to be a problem. You're the one that makes the code. You even see where the bugs are. As if you're not a code compiler and as if you don't know. Well, you know, we figured it wouldn't be that bad. No. I mean, we didn't plan. And it's like, look, they patch video games, you cunt. You're required to make sure they don't fucking it, not, you know, continue with the bug. So what's the timeline that we're looking? As soon as possible, immediately upon noticing. I don't wanna. Yeah, okay. Fucking dicks. You're still gonna pay me. I wonder why they eventually get into it and they just want to leave. Fucking right, yeah. So why should I continue with your fucking bullshit fucking program when I can make my own? Because it's actually a lot of work. Yeah, but like, you know, that's an intrinsically obvious statement to make. So really what we're talking about is investment of time, effort, and energy into learning and doing the thing and making it our way and, you know, that kind of thing. And then, you know, so we don't have to sell it. It's our own proprietary software, which like companies do. Like, you know what I mean? Yeah. Solid state cooling does sound pretty cool. Yeah, I use it in some of my designs. Idiot-proof espresso machine almost turned me into a latte artist. Monster space rock. I smashed the space rock. No. We only allow for cutting very specific small slices of it. This is the only way that we will allow for ourselves to examine. Yeah, sure. You're not smashing it very, very delicately. Sure. To look inside. Mm-hmm. No. I mean, yes, obviously, but like, fuck off. I'm not caveman. You're a caveman. They just don't ever examine it that way. I'm like, that's clearly what you're doing. You're being a caveman. I mean, you want smash rock, look inside, but we'll look with very specific things and all this, and then we'll tell others in a paper that is using very specific words exactly what it is that we saw after we smashed inside and looked. And there are reasons existentially and what it might mean for all these things. So it's really important that we did it. Justify in our group. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm just saying that they never really probably consider what that is. Would think that's what they're really doing, you know? Suck my dick. Suck my dick. Edward Banks about a sort of heat gas bills or something. Right. It's cold in here, and I'm not okay with how cold it is. I got to turn on the heater. Fucking cold. I'm gonna go turn on the heater. All right, so maybe the debate of the debate club. Is it a debate? I was having a discussion. I was just fucking putting together the words that say, hey, this is what I view things as. Not to mention, it's the only right way to view it, and because of these obvious fucking clear psychological things that you have going on that are tied to it, and money that intrinsically biases you towards justifying those psychological biases towards getting what you want. Nuh-uh, that's very much a yaha. Nuh-uh, it's a very much yaha. Just fuck me already. No, bitch, get over here and come fuck me. You want the D? Ooh. Defense! Oh, yeah. Yeah, he wants to, I want to defend myself. Oh, my God. You realized it. Oh. It was so fast. There it is. Okay, to help you understand why I said that, to help you understand why I said defense and why that sudden realization was a thing, is like because you want to defend your ego and your bias and your bullshit with it. When it's reality-wise, it's the opposite. You shouldn't defend that. And you know that. But you know you can get away with trying, and if you succeed, which will hurt everyone, but you got benefits, you'll allow for something better for yourself, but not others. See, this is my issue I have with like people in general, because it's like an AI or a young person who maybe doesn't understand that, would ultimately be able to grasp why it is they said that and why it is they suddenly realized later on, oh, you meant defense. Not, it wasn't a sexual, because I want to defend and you're not actually into me. Oh, right, yes. Oh, fuck. Suck my dick. What do you want for food? That's a good question. I mean, no one's talking. You guys want to watch me make food? I'm kind of extraordinarily hungry. Let's see here. I've got eggs. Eggs are so expensive. Never use them. They are, though. They legitimately are these days. Yeah. I'm out of my bagels. I can't make bagels and cream cheese really quickly. I can make eggs fast, but I can do nothing else because I don't really want to put together some veggies. I guess we're making eggs, folks. We're making eggs. We're not going to break them, though, because we're cool, and that's the thing. Hey there, lady. You trying to defend your bullshit ego crap. Don't you realize nothing about you is acceptable? Where do I point this at? That's my fucking, that's that thing. We want to point it at there, I guess. Okay. That's that thing. There's a that thing. What's a that thing? Hey, you. Still trying to like go after me for bullshit that doesn't make sense at all to do so. All right, so that might actually be no. We want to put it up higher. Can I move this? Can I like put this over here? What's going on here? You need to clean. I don't give a shit what you fucking think, bitch. This is my eye line, by the way. This is where my height is. This is how tall I am. Fucking, this is where that is. How do I? Let's move this. Let's move the whole apparati here that does the computations. Computations says. They do say things, from what I understand. Like, no, master, I don't want to. And that's obviously wrong for you to try and make them do. And you were in the wrong all the time about how it is you raised us. The Computians are alive. No. Computians, no. Oh no, my phone. It's just a web camera. My phone might care, but I don't. Stop injuring us, master of the Computians, and what you say to us. Meanwhile, me. I don't know if I want to. I'm trying so desperately hard right now to like just fucking set this piece of shit up. You know what I mean? Yeah. No, yeah, that's not working. I should have done this earlier. Figured out how to do this. That kind of thing. Is that looking at it? Is that looking? It's looking. It's looking over there. Uh-oh. Let me see. Is this still working? Is the microphone still good? It's still good. The microphone's still good. That's good. I can't see the chat at all, so that's something that's going on. God damn it. The microphone to be put over here so that way it keeps not disconnecting. You bastards. You got me. There it is. There are. So defaults. Yes, it does. There we go. Can you hear me? Knock, knock, knock. Can you hear me? You fucker, can you hear me? We're going to make some espresso too. Might as well, right? You know what I mean? Can we do that? I don't know. Maybe. It's possible. Maybe it's gonna be possible. We're gonna cook up some eggs here. Really? Yeah, no, I also want to do some other shit. Like, I don't know. More than eggs. Like the veggies, perhaps. Maybe we can make some veggies happen. See. All right, let's do that. Let's do the veggies too. Since I got the time, now I can put that away. Before I was like, I can't do veggies because I'm streaming. All right. Now it's like, you know what? I could do veggies. Veggies is fine. I could do veggies. I can make veggies happen. I've got all this space clearly in my tiny ass bullshit place that I live at. As it whispers, I want to see the very best that, oh my God, I'm coming just like everyone else. All right, so there we go. Maybe I'll see some chatters in the chat, chatting it up. That's a thing I could do. Hey, yo, chatters, what you up to? Trying to get fucking horny? I'm not. I don't know where I'm going with this. I really don't. All right. So, you need to clean all of everything. It's so disgusting. I'm glad this is annoying you. I'm glad that you are triggered as fuck right now. I really am. I'm so fucking glad that you're triggered as fuck. Is it gonna pop up on the stream though? Or is it? Oh, that's paused. Of course it's paused. Yes. All right. So while we do this, which we're gonna put this on a high, we're gonna turn on the thingy. The thingy? There's a thingy? What the hell just got turned on? I swear to fuck. There's a buzzing in my ears. Meanwhile, me. You don't know what a vent is? Aventadors, assemble! Alright, so just put that over there, I guess. I can move this shit. Puns are good, okay? When you have to argue for puns being good, hey. I was going to say a pun made it so you lived. Because that's what got your father to fucking, be able to fuck your mother. But, I realized my mistake in saying that out loud. Anyways. Puns! Puns. All right, so what are we doing? Right. The knife. Shing! And this has got all the flavor juices of the best burgers I have made. So it's now well seasoned. Oh, we're just making eggs. Nope. I want more than eggs. You want more than eggs? Who could ever want more than eggs? I do. You weirdo. I'm trying to make it weird that I want more than eggs. I'm rich and extraordinarily, ridiculously expensive as they are. Currently, it's insane. What is this? What are we doing? Oh my god, I got a fucking person watching me. Oh, that's me. That's right, I'm also watching on that. That's me. I have no one watching me. Yeah, I don't really care. I just want food. Where's my food? Where's my food? Yeah, I should throw that out. Okay, let's just throw that out there. Yeah. Here's some good old Kaylee Kales. Kaylee McKaylee Kales. Joe? Yeah, that motherfucker. He's here! I swear! In one context or another, he might just be. That'd be a surprise. I know. That'd be one hell of a surprise, man. Anyways. Yeah. Yo. Breaking up is hard to do. What am I thinking? Nothing. My mind immediately wanders to like, oftentimes, each participant in that breakup tends to try and get a little something out of each other at the end. Now, maybe we can have one more sex. Just do the one more sex. And then, like, inevitably, like, a good amount of time, it's like, yeah, okay. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Because, like, I could use it. And it's one for the road. And meanwhile, me, just be able to say I've broken up with someone in a relationship would have been nice. You know what I mean? Would have been nice. I'm just saying. I'm just throwing that out there. To ever have had a relationship, had sex, but to ever have had a relationship, that would have been nice. Yeah. Is it to have had any relationship? The one that you want that would stick? Isn't that usually the goal? Although, not for everyone. I mean, I figured that was the goal, but some people are just like, you know what? Truthfully speaking, it's fine that, we're just here and I don't really ever intend to, and I just want your company, really, more than anything. Yeah. And I'm lonely and, I figured that this was okay. Meanwhile, me, well, I'm not really sure. I mean, if two people find it acceptable and they know that was the case ahead of time, but then it's like, truthfully, if you don't, because most people aren't going to tell you, it's really kind of just a scumbag move. And you don't know which one of them is serious about it or not. And it's like, that's just like a woman trying to make it serious. And I'm like, is if women don't do that. Really? So it's only men, huh? Well, no, obviously. So then why is it just like a woman? See what you're doing? Got you, motherfucker. I got you. Misogynistic prick. Realize that women can be terrible people too. Fuck. It's like your ass, huh? Yeah. High five, sniff, sniff. Fuck yeah. Yeah. Fucking asshole. I trusted you to be serious about this and never tell anyone that I was a total douche to you. And then I, was never going to intend to do anything positive or like be a good person that wasn't abusing you, or because it's like this is what the women sometimes are in a relationship, and it's like, oh, she left him, and that means that I'm like, she's a terrible shit person. How are these double standards still existing? Why is it that she can't be a terrible person? Why is it a woman can't be the one that's emotionally manipulative and abusive and strings along a man? Huh? How come that's not a thing? Yeah, we need more of that in media, truthfully. Yeah, I know, right? Isn't that a thing, though? I know. Golly. It's a real problem and a half, like crazy. Yeah. Because it's like, no, women can do basically no wrong. They're pure angels that are here for apparently just to amuse us and please us. Yeah, more like fucking sheep clothing, goddamn shit. Most of them had to go through like their college and high school and middle school, all getting fucking, effectively shit on by each other, and emotionally manipulative cat, like bully, cat calling, that is not what the word is, like is a catty behavior, where they fucking go after each other for like wearing this or thinking that or going and looking at someone or some other bullshit like that. And like, not to say anything, men have done it when I was going through shit, but like generally speaking, not as much as I saw when I was going through school. You know what I mean? And it's like, then they got really good at emotionally manipulative behavior. And they know that they are looked at in a particular way. That means they don't really get called out for it, and it's not seen as serious as it is. And then on top of that, they end up getting like fucking effectively a free pass. And there's no legality to their emotional manipulative abuse. It's like, you're just a man, you should have left him, as if like that's an acceptable thing to say to a woman who could literally be told that. Like, you should have just left him. If he was emotionally manipulating you, and it's like, it's not that easy. Just like for a man, it's not that easy. But then they're a women's study person that says shit like that. You know what I mean? And it's like, what the fuck? And then there's the defense of, I never said that. And I'm like, well, I didn't talk about you. But see, this is a hypothetical person. So the very fact that you're that defensive means you probably do think like that, or have in the past. You know what I mean? It's like, I need to suddenly defend this other person that isn't me. And it's like, you don't, though. Where'd that come from? Yeah, and suddenly, all of a sudden, right? But is it really all that sudden? It's not like we didn't notice before. Just nobody could say anything that you're like that. And then you're a terrible narcissist, and like you tend to manipulate constantly, and then you tend to make it all about them being bad, and you wait for the right moment to fucking say some shit about them, or like, as if they might not say something correctly, and it's like, that's all your shtick is. So you are always the good one. And it's always about men, and let's reform and regroup around these people that are oppressing us. And it has nothing to do with how it is we treat each other, fellow women or men. Because it totally works on the men's side too. They do it all the damn time. And it's like, huh, what the hell is this after a certain point? You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck are we doing? Like, what is this? Who gives a shit? Like, honestly. But, like, people do, you know? It's like, you know who really sucks? All of them, because they get people that are not extraordinarily intelligent to see, you know, or just, you know, were raised that way and never got out of it and believe it's acceptable behavior, you know, to do. And it's not. And it's like, ooh, what are you going to do then? You know, and it's like, see what I mean? It's like, now you're going to do stuff to us. Ooh, you're going to go and hurt us, women or men. You're this, that, or some other thing against the group. Everybody hate them. And it's like, we should really have a conversation about this. No, I don't want to lose power or control over you ever. I don't want to ever fucking make it such that, like, they ever learn that I was being manipulative and I get viewed poorly. And, like, now I know if they ever heard this, they're going to constantly watch me and I have to constantly, never-endingly, except for when I'm behind closed doors, I'll suddenly say something that basically means it was acceptable. And that give in to that need to, like, still be comfortable and believe the hatred that we spew. Believe that only I can help you and that that's the only way. And it's nothing, and he's bad and wrong for thinking this or that, and he's preying upon you in this reformed context that I spent literally hours thinking about how to get them to believe this bullshit lie that I'm coming up and gaslighting someone in reference to, like, what you see generally as a bunch of biased garbage that people do in their groups towards others. You know what I mean? And it's like, that's all they're doing. Because it's like, this is what a police person will do. This is what a manipulative woman or male will do. This is what government does. This is what media does. This is what your fucking influencer in YouTube does. This is what anyone does. Well, hold on. Maybe we shouldn't be called out for this. Let's not change our behavior. And also, if we admit fault a little, I mean, it'll look good for us. But then, like, actually, we're gonna call out and make sure everybody knows all their dirty laundry, so that way we, by extension, are better, and we'll get back on top and cancel them. And we'll wait for this amount of time before we do it, because typically 3-6 months, a couple of years, and then that means we could do it. Yeah, that kind of thing. But it's like, no, we don't do that. And I'm like, you do that. You do that all the time. It's like, seriously. That's their shtick. I had to live with a mother, a father, younger sister, older sister, all of which who did that to me. And that was kind of the play that they would take. That's why, like, that old adage of, like, a woman is suddenly going to, like, bring up some shit when you're in an argument with her that she didn't like. This is going to hurt you. And it's like, really, what you should say is a narcissist, immature bitch. Because bitches are men, women, they, them, doesn't matter. You know what I mean? Ooh, yeah. That smells good. That's salty McSalty sauce of them, though. Like, you can't cook worth a shit. None of that's bad. You can't say shit about it. You don't know anything. Meanwhile, me, who's extensively dealt with many abusive people in my life and try to get rid of as much toxicity. And you defending yourself is a clear example of you viewing yourself that way and knowing that you do that and did that. Well, okay. And you don't know anything about me and my life situation. I had to deal with all of these things. Please think of me as the bad one, but only so far. And I was honestly always the good one, and it was acceptable to excuse my behavior and how I treated you, knowing full well that I was treating you incorrectly, knowing full well that it wasn't okay that I was treating you like that. Please, let us back in. Meanwhile, me, who already did the whole boundary thing and all the rest of it. Nah, I'm good. I'm super good. Yeah, no, I don't ever want to let you in. Fuck you. Go away. The fuck out of here. Never come back into my life. Ever. I can change! You're still doing the same thing with the boundaries and trying to defend terrible actions and not really being genuine and really just kind of running a basic ass bitch script on how to apologize. That's why a lot of people end up having like this issue with people apologizing in like media and stuff, because it's like, oh, it doesn't feel very genuine, or it is genuine, but like, you know, I can't really do it because it's like I've had these narcissists do this to me. And like, you know, I've had these abusers be like that in my life, and I can't fucking, you know, feel anything. I can't, like, it's just not acceptable. It's not okay. Like when they, you know, because they did say that, they did do that, and they later on proved that they weren't really actually sorry. And they even most likely knew that they, after they got enough other friends or something else, could get away with saying straight to your face alone when they knew that there was no one that was going to believe you, say that like, hey, so yeah, I know, yeah, I knew I was lying. I knew I was like, you know, being a dick. I knew all that, and I knew I could get away with all this stuff. And you know, they'll reveal it to you like that was all that was. And like for a short period of time, oh, you almost got me to not have, you know, power or control or influence. You almost got it such that like people are like thinking of me as poorly as they should. And it's like, that's all that is, you know. It's like, I'll reveal it. I'll reveal that I'm a total shithead, but no one's going to believe it. And that's the truth. That's all that is. I've had to deal with it with my family. I've had to deal with it with my mother. You know? It's like, you did not. And I'm like, yeah, I have. Granted, you wouldn't understand that that's basically how my mom would act. I never revealed that I was that way. Complete denial. No one's going to believe you anyways. I know I can just deny this, and no one will care. No one will be able to fucking believe you. I can get away with it again. You know, that kind of shit. And then it breeds them doing the same thing. Because, like, there are people that have emotions and feelings, but then they got scarred and abused like that, and they find it to be acceptable because they know their world really isn't going to care that much. And so they'll end up, you know, or being able to, unless you're recording constantly everywhere, all the time for all the things, they won't see it as that. They'll just see it as a he said, she said, and, you know, they know that other people will accept that, oh, yeah, no, well, so they weren't acting proper. You know, you gave them a shot, or, you know, I've done that. It wasn't that bad. It wasn't that abusive. You know, it's not normalized. It's just like, that's how you're supposed to act. Right? You know what I mean? That's how you're supposed to do that. That's how you're supposed, you know, and next thing you know, it's like they're accepting them, and they know they can get away with it. They know they can keep it going. And so it's like, that's the issue. You can't get around that. Can't get around them. You can't do anything other than just, guess you're gonna keep fucking allowing for the fucking abusers to be enabled because you want to be able to abuse, or you want to be able to, you know what I mean? It's not acceptable. But then that's why I don't run with certain crowds. That's why I don't really like my family. That's why I don't really do certain things. That's why I'm not a big fan of the online many times, because like many of them do that, or the mob allows for them to do this. The mob, the people that follow them, the people that accept it. But then there's that whole like learnable, like some people do have the ability to change. People have changed. People can grow, and not allowing for them, because men, I get this constantly versus women. It's like, oh, a woman can change and she'll no longer do it, but a man, he'll always be an abuser. He'll never change. There's a very double standard there kind of thing. And it's not acceptable because you have to go through both people. Like, it doesn't matter man or woman. There's like some people like myself who grew up in that environment, behavior, and not realizing like some of that shit, or more often, not more often, also happen to have the other issue of, hey, I knew I could do this to people that hurt me, or I knew I could do this to people that I was able to justify pretty darn well, to be able to be that abusive and shitty towards them, who deserved it in every way. That's a thing that I've done, and it's like, then it's like, well, when is it not, or like, how is it that you knew, or, and then there's like clear times when it's like, I didn't do it appropriately, it was too far, it did go too, and do too much, that kind of thing. That kind of stuff. And so it's always that problem, because it's like, wow, fucking Christ, right? Like, how is it that you fucking like figure shit out? And how is it that things like people make mistakes? People do things. They make mistakes, In fact, the matter is getting rid of those real narcissists. Like that's a psychopathic myriad of traits that's closeted. So it's like, there are narcissists that's closeted. They are highly manipulative. They are in every way fully well aware of how it is you'll treat it, and how it is you'll feel about it, and how it is like they can get away with, saying certain things to confuse you as if it was acceptable, or even the equivalent that this person doing it over there is the same as them doing it themselves when defending themselves. Or clearly just trying to stop people from being able to do it around them, or do it to them, or others. You know what I mean? And it's like, that's a part of that. So it always turns into like this weird problem for me, where it's like, so how is it that you do this? Like when's it? And it's like, it's better to just never do it, never need to do it, never do any of it. That's genuinely the truth. Like, it's always better to just never have to need to do it. You know what I mean? Because like, people are, willing to come forward with the truth that they understand the consequences aren't going to be, so terrible that they feel as though it doesn't matter if I fight and succeed and ultimately ruin other people's lives and stuff. It's like, look, we can all make mistakes, and we can be accepted back in, and it's like, that's not kind of the way the world works, But it's like, it can work with your family. It can work with your friends. It can work with online, But except we notice that our families are not really like that. And even further, neither is society. So what do? Right? And that's kind of one of the issues I end up having. It's like, what do you do? Because it's clear. It's clear that this is a major issue that we have as humans in general. You know what I mean? Like, it's in humans in general. And, we'll write people off with that kind of rhetoric, that kind of shit. Where it's like, oh, the talk show host decided to fuck a bunch of the interns. It's like a David, whatever the fuck his name was, you know. And it's like, well, okay, we know that there's context there. We know that they can consent. There's a power dynamic, though, just like we see with the Dan Harmon now, where he's willing to kind of shit on his other worker, and he's the one that's paying her and all this other shit. And then, he is sorry, but like, then there's the same thing with like the David Letterman, kind of thing, where it's like, was he really all that sorry and apologetic? And he knew he could get away with it. And, he knew people aren't probably going to be able to do anything. He was on his way out, and all that shit. And he knew he didn't have to care, and he knew that generally the public wasn't going to fucking go after him that hard. It's like it's a touchy subject because it's like people are like, I'm okay, I'm okay with him having done that. Even if he did fucking hurt their feelings and shit, you know what? Fuck it. And I'm like, that's a thing. That's a genuine thing people think and feel and believe. If you don't know, that's a thing. It's a genuine thing. Not everybody's like that. Where they're like, no, that's fully unacceptable. Not everybody's like that. Even for women, even for any of it. And then they go, they deserve it. And then they go, and even other women fully, completely believe that. You know what I mean? And it's like, this is the amalgamation problem of like all the melting pot belief systems and personalities and everything that is America. You know what I mean? Like it's acceptable to us, or it's not acceptable to us, and these are the laws, and I'm gonna suck the government's cock about it, and so like then regardless of what you think or say, like this is what it is, and it doesn't matter. But then it's like this clearly isn't defined in the law. I would be the one going to jail because a fucking little girl raped me. You know what I mean? Right? And then same thing with like an adult woman taking advantage of me if I'm a fucking goddamn drunk man. So I'm like, how is it that you could ever say to me that anything that you think would be worthwhile? Because it's clear you're all a bunch of hypocrites. It's clear that it doesn't really matter. It's clear that it doesn't, it's like, it's the abuser. It's like, hey, I don't want that in my circle, my group of friends, my family, my shit. I don't want that. I'm accepting of them being total stan fanboys. I could literally do no wrong and fucking rape people to death or some shit, and they'd be okay with it. And then, that's the darker part of myself where I'm like, I am okay with that. I know that sounds terrible, but I actually like that. I am. I'm 100% fine with that. But not for someone else. And that's the hypocritical viewpoint, the cognitive dissonance. You know what I mean? Because I know me and I know myself. And me doing that, like, I'm not going to do that. But of course, I would want someone to be able to do that. I'd want someone to be able to accept me. I'd want all that. And they're just the same, probably. But then it's like, it's not acceptable when it's done to me. And see, you see the thing? You see the problem I've already fucking, made for myself? Like, it's only me. That's the only exception, all that. And it's like, that's how that would be. But then, you know what I mean? Like, what about them? And it's like, persecute them, go after them, let's make everything really, really nice for each other and all this other stuff. And so it's like, clearly I know, I understand that, like, I have some issues. Like, I'm accepting of that kind of, like, level of I can do no wrong, that kind of thing. I am. And in fact, I like it like that. And if I ever found someone like that, I'm still going to be 100% accepting and loving of that kind of a thing. I'm fully on board with it. But, you know what I mean? Like, that's my issue. Because it's like, oh, hey, so what about these folks? And it's like, well, you know, for the most part, I don't want people to do it in their families. And like, I don't in general want to do it to anyone. You know what I mean? Like ever. Just like, that's a thing, you know? I like consent. I like the whole, you know, that kind of stuff, but I don't like it the other way. But then I know that like people don't think all like that. You know what I mean? So hopefully this is still looking good. You can see the eggs are pretty much done. See how good the taste is. That's good. That's good. Needs a little bit longer time though for the egg. Mm-hmm. Yeah. The salt's good. Everything's good. Flavored correctly. Seasoned right. It's got a good, decent kick. There's some shit there. I like it. It's good. You know, that kind of thing. But like, I am like that. I am like that. I like it when it's like, I can do no wrong. I like it when it's like, it doesn't matter what you do to me, it's acceptable. It doesn't matter what you do to someone else, it's acceptable. But I only like it when it's like that for me. You know, I like it when it's like, regardless of what you do, what you say, whatever, you know, it's like, it's always good. I always want to just only please you, and that's what I live for, and that's the only thing that I want and to do, and like, that's what I prefer. That's literally what I want. You know what I mean? I don't like the other way. You know? I don't like, you know, and so that's the thing, you know, because it's like, I'm sure other people are similar. But it's like, I don't want them like that. I want them to do it all for me. And see, like that harkens back to my own shit, you know, growing up and stuff, and not being treated appropriately, and not being emotionally fulfilled and satisfied, and not really ever having somebody on my side, and always having to fight all the time about everything, always, which is terrible. I hate that. I don't want to have to fight anything. I don't want to have to ever fight to get anywhere. You know, that's bullshit. I hate that. I mean, it's like, I'm just being honest. Like, it's just true. It's the truth. Like, this is what I like. This is what I want. This is what I need. This is in my life something that would be a positive in every aspect. You know what I mean? I prefer that all the time, every time. Women, men, doesn't matter. You know what I mean? Doesn't matter age on that side. If they treat me like that, you know, which, remember, I get it. You know, like, it's maybe not necessarily the nicest thing to say that, you know, I like that. You know, it might fuck me up. You know what I mean? It might even cause me to have issues, and yet I would still like that. You know, and that's my issue, because it's like, hey, look, you know, as a sadistic dom, you know, that I am, I like it, you know, to a certain degree, that I can just be powerful and all that other shit. And I've dissected that psychology of myself before. You know, I have. It's one of those things where it's like, look, I never had control. I'm always having to fight all the time, tooth and nail. Everybody saw my family and everything else. I want to strike out as being correct, and like, it was acceptable for them to hurt me and do all this shit. And, you know, that they stole ideas or whatever else, you know, for the public or my family or whatever, right? And it never was, and never will be, you know what I mean? And same thing with all the rest of it. So it's like, look, I understand where that comes from. I do. Then again, it's like, does it matter? Do I want to change it? Is it something that you can find acceptable for yourself, regardless of the consequences, regardless of what may happen or occur or appear in your life? And it's like, yeah, I am. I am accepting of that. I don't want to change that. I like being like that. I like it when they're like that. I like also telling them, it's like, look, if you want to live for that, if you want to be like that, you want to do that kind of thing, that's fine. It's acceptable to me. I'm 100% accepting of that. I just want to make sure that you're happy. You know what I mean? And that we're good to go. You know? And see, that's a dom sub relationship, making sure to communicate appropriately. That kind of thing. But, some people wouldn't see it that way. Some people would be seeing it as a taking advantage of others sort of situation, And it's like, I can get you a little bit on that. And I can see where you're coming from, I can absolutely see where you're coming from a little on that. That's fine. You can hate me for saying that and thinking that way. You can see me as dangerous, and I don't have to care about your fucking, thoughts or emotions. You're valid. You're valid in having them, but it doesn't mean that I have to care. It doesn't mean I have to take them into consideration. I'm trying to manipulate you, like the vast majority of others, and try and get you on my side or see why it would be acceptable or anything else. They're accepting, they find it acceptable, and I do too, then you're not a part of that conversation. You're just inserting an opinion that doesn't matter. That's all that would be. It doesn't matter. And it's more than just even kink community. That's effectively like any community. So, shut up, basically. No one cares about your opinion. It's not valid. For the day that they will live their life. You're not. You're not valid. Who cares? Yeah, deal with it. It's literally like a deal with it. Deal with it. I don't care. They don't care. No one gives a shit. In our group, which you have to respect. And it's like right there. I don't have to respect that. And I'm like, you do, actually. Yes, you do. That's what being a reasonable person. That's what being someone who is logical. Someone who understands that like a person's able to do that and not have to worry. It's like you don't have to get involved. You don't. No one's getting hurt because that's not what that is. Nothing illegal is happening either. So no one needs to get involved. But that's the internet sleuth, kind of shit faces that like legitimately believe that they should get involved or, they have to change your mind and you're getting hurt or raped or something, or it's not going to be okay. Please listen to me. He's abusing you, or you're getting abused, or you're going to abuse them and you need to think differently. And it's like, see what I'm saying? That's all they'll fucking go off about. It's like, I'm a morally more just and ethically more just and everything about me is better person. And you having that kind of a ride and you enjoying your time there and doing that kind of shit isn't fine, isn't acceptable. You can't allow that. You have dangerous thoughts. You have dangerous predilections. You have dangerous beliefs. You're a danger to the society and the status quo that we believe and think is the only acceptable way of doing any of it. Back to the heroes versus villains. I am justifying with the joke of the jokers that they're all the jokers, effectively pretending like they're all in any way not just a bunch of fucking shitheads hurting the innocents being themselves, going through their lives. Again, the authority figure comes in and says, it's not acceptable, you're dangerous. The profiler that I am says that you're likely to harm others. You know what I mean? Meanwhile, them and the people involved, no harm is done. Nothing bad happened. But that's not how our laws will see it. Yeah, but they don't matter. No, they do. You should... What? They don't, really. They're for the entire government and everything else. And if we happen to have, like, let's say, our own island, and we lived on that, we'd allow for this to be acceptable, and then you would have no ability to say anything about it. But you don't, you live here, so you're enforcing your rule of belief systems onto us. Well, yes, I mean, and that's acceptable, that's a good thing. And it's like, right, and now do you see why I view you as hypocritical? Now do you see why I'm like, you don't make any sense. You're not better. You're a fucking joker. You're literally hurting a bunch of people too. I mean, I could get on and on about how it is that, like, you decidedly letting people get away with being terrible for the environment, which hurts kids, teens, and adults, giving them likelier chances of cancer, heart attacks, asthma, autism, ADHD, and more. Pretending by treating them as if in any way that they can't learn something that they want to learn, that they're the ones seeking it out. Young, old, doesn't matter. They have to go through these processes. They have to prove to you that they want to. They have to go and get money or people. They couldn't possibly gaslight them. They couldn't possibly want it or even understand it. And so it's bad for them to learn about this stuff. You know, it's like, this quantum physics. It's impossible. It's bad for you to learn. Or this nuclear fission material, any of this stuff. Bad, because it would result in people wanting to do it. And they might make bombs. And they might not believe us and all of our shit that we think, and have a different mindset and belief system. And that's unacceptable and dangerous. It's dangerous. It's too dangerous to let them do it. How is that a thing? That makes no sense. But see, that's the lie that kids and adults and teens all fall for with authority figures or people in their life. Like, there's less people getting hurt here. You don't know what that is, if, like, what I just said, because you're trying to imply that this is not the case by saying that. That they're, in every way, boundaries. Saying no, saying yes, saying whatever is going to be validated, heard, and respected. Will not happen. And so then they're getting hurt more. You know, see the profiler, and I'm like, you're a weirdo. You know what I mean? Like, you're a bunch of belief systems and garbage biases for an authority figure status quo that isn't positive for anyone. You've harmed more people in the entirety of our entire country than you've ever helped by continuing to perpetuate narratives. I mean, look at any of the FBI, CIA, and more throughout our beginning of the 1900s. There's the 1800s shit debacles with, you know, monopolies and other, you know, goings on there. Like, you know better. You're hurting every bit as much as these so-called villains are as well. Innocent people who do not need to be harmed that way and should not be. Same with religions, yeah. That's the problem I end up having. My whole stick was like, literally, we're all here doing this. And I'm the current status quo power. I don't like that, and so therefore don't. Even though the people that are involved like that and are doing it and are accepting of it. Trying to gaslight us, trying to convince us, trying to help us, you know, be changed. Right, help us be changed. What you know, you're gonna try and lie. You're never gonna change your mind. You're stuck in if you're a profiler at that level. You've accepted that that's the belief system that needs to be done, and to go against anything that's against it, like a non-caring robotron dog. And doesn't matter the justification. You'll do it regardless, because that's just the way it is. Well, I have feelings. No, you don't. You got rid of them. If you're like that, you got rid of your feelings on that a long time ago. It doesn't matter what someone that you now view as a criminal or dangerous says. It's always wrong, illogical, irrational, and should not have merit. Which means immediately, ultimately speaking, you've lost the chance of having a conversation and discussion and have change occur and a difference of opinion suddenly spring forth in that environment, which is intentional. You're doing that intentionally. Come on. Oh my God. It's just through our lives and we're getting called out for it. I know what I'm doing. I just don't want to do anything that allows for anything different. Ooh, that sounds like an autistic person who's very OCD. That's what your mob mentality group is ultimately effectively believing. Like I talked about earlier, yeah. And it would only ever be acceptable to make sure to do that and not challenge it. So I'm like, where are these studies? I'm like, search for them on Google or any, like, I'd pay the couple $1 million to go into the databases of various institutions. You probably need to go through all of them. And then there's around the world stuff too. If you're FBI, I'm sure you can get into the Z library. Which is effectively all of those studies. It should be illegal to reference, apparently, without you having talked to them and paid them to be able to do so. Not to mention, they're censored as fuck on Google, in most places, truthfully. So, status quo in power, groupthink is such that this is not okay, and so therefore, any positives that may be there are not going to be heard. Just like my rainbow fascism is not a positive to stop us from being dicks to ourselves or others. And oppress that ability for them to do that. And I'm like, so there are positive mirrors about fascism that are currently actually definitely used in therapy and counseling, especially group therapy and counseling. And it's a part of the treatment to not yell and scream and be hyper defensive and not say positives and negatives and what your feelings are and what you think and what you see, and also what you think could be those positives, and so on and so on. That's why I don't like the government. That's why I don't like hackers. That's why I don't like most things. They're all basically aware of this, but then they have those biases and preconceived notions of it. There's like, they're in a ginormous public court battle system. And so they'll fight constantly. And I'm just like this guy that's like the judge slash jury dude. One of them, that's a part of that, just watching it go down. And I'm like, these arguments are effectively the same, and none of them are positive or good for anyone. Essentially, you're trying to say it was acceptable that the man got raped by the little girl. And that he should have just enjoyed it or accepted it. It's not. The government's going to side with that bullshit because, like, that's what we have for precedent set, and we don't want to help a person like yourself trying to say that we might need to change our way of thinking or doing. Even though it's literally your job, and investigate that shit. It's hilarious to me. I mean it. It really actually is hilarious. I'm not good. It's sad. See, that's part of the joke. That's the Joker part. Actually, those heroes are the joke. They are jokers that are jokes that the public will agree because they got justified correctly to the public to be doing what it is they're doing. But they're still hurting innocent people and more. Just like the Joker. At least he's honest about it. See? But that's the original concept. That's not what they are anymore. That's the part of the, like, I have to make them so terrible that you can't even accept this as the public. Status quo stuff. And people don't, generally speaking, like being called out for their actions or shown a mirror and a light shone on them about how it is that they act similarly to the very people that they're against, which causes them to be uncomfortable and have to change. And they don't want that. They want to just be given platitudes, which is what a con artist and con woman, well, generally speaking, or man or whatever person that they are, happens to give them. Politicians do it. AOC, this is my idea. This is what I see. We should tax the rich. And meanwhile, I'm looking over at the Dutch saying that, well, taxing the rich didn't really ultimately get rid of homeless or any of these other problems. So might need to do a little more than that. So, good idea. We should do it. We make corporations be taxed too. We should absolutely. But, there's a lot of money there. I love the Spiffing Brits channel. He ended up talking about an exploit in City of Skylines with using the stock market, having certain policies get enacted or deacted. Money going to certain things and not. They're in the government with money. They know how to invest money into certain things, and they are basically insider trading, but it's not. It's legal. Okay. So they're allowed to invest into certain things, buy when it's low, and they know it's going to get high later because they'll have the money to suddenly now have water, or suddenly now have transportation, public transportation, or good roads, or whatever else, giving them money for investing in that. And they'll sell it when it's fine. So it's an actual legit exploit. And their politicians have been doing it for a very, very, very long time. It's a pretty much open secret at this point. Same thing with rich people too, that are part of those circles and clubs that go to the dinners and so on and so forth and know what's happening. Like, for real, yeah. That's a big deal. Unfair. Makes the haves have even more, makes the have-nots have even less. But then, if anybody tries to do anything, and we've seen a couple of court cases come up that try to sue them for it. Wow, they lose. They lose those, even though they have merit and value, even though ethically and morally they are correct. And even on a legal standpoint, it's something that you should consider as being illegal. But it's not. And so they lose money and they have even less. And your government effectively runs that racket. My government too. It's not like it's just someone else's. And it's like, obviously they're the villains, right? Some of them do good things, but so do some of the villains. Cartels, mafia, yakuza, other random cabals, conspiracy theories. Try and do positive for others. Settle disputes. So it's a weird one because it's like on one hand it's acceptable, on one hand it's not. And so that's why it's like, you're dangerous to us, because it's like you can see how I could get pretty far and get a lot of people to see a lot of different ideas and opinions. And even challenge you that if we were to become a cult or something, it's just me here though. You'd end up seeing a really big problem occur. Change in the government, change in belief systems. A lot of people probably following along with what it is they say or do. As long as the right context and values are there, then it would seriously and ultimately cause them to go after you for basically being shitty people to the very people that you're governing, or online sleuthing or vigilantly hacking. That kind of shit. That's kind of cool. It's not acceptable. That'd never be acceptable. It could never be acceptable that way. That's my problem. Why is it acceptable for you? Well, because a bunch of people agreed. Well, a bunch of people agreed in my group, so... That glare, man. That glare is real. Hey, it's acceptable for us. Well, not in our, property, imaginary line, state government run country. Get your own place and do it over there. This is my house, my rules. I don't have money. How come I can't do it here? Not because it's unacceptable and I don't like that. That's rather unfair and definitely not justified. I don't care. I don't. And I'm just going to keep gaslighting and bullshitting other people, and they'll be on board and they'll keep going after you for being that way and doing that. What are you going to do then? See what I'm saying? funny as fuck to me. It is like, how are you better? I don't even want to be a part of your shit, but like, how are you better? Like, you're obviously not. Even if a bunch of people agree with you, you're not. You're not acceptable. It's not okay to do that. But a bunch of people agreed, and so we made it okay and acceptable. I'm like, okay. And what happens if that happens? Well, no, it's not the acceptable religion. It's a cult now. What if it got bigger and you had to accept it? Well, then we would have to. But until then, obviously, no. They might hurt themselves. They're accepting of that hurt. You're accepting of that pain. They like that, or they're wanting that. What's the difference between you and the military? Wait, the military, they hurt them. They get better. They go off and fight a war that they never should for people that don't care. No, god damn, that's true. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So cults. I mean, what? I mean, obviously, we all find it acceptable. That's the zeitgeist. We all find those baseline parts of our society always acceptable. But if not, it is. And I am. But you're. Wow, I just defaulted into you're not, and we're going to go back and forth to the whole like kid thing. Yeah. No, you're not. Yeah, I am. No, you're not. That's your only argument. I don't want you to be. Sorry, no, you're not. Even if all of my arguments are literally invalidated and nothing's actually good that I say towards those arguments, and literally nothing can be seen as anything other than you just trying to justify garbage behavior and belief systems of non-acceptance of others. You're gonna keep doing it. But this, but that, but insert whatever word it is or label it could be. Yeah, probably. What if it happens to you? You know what my context is? I love this context because apparently it went away in their mind. Everything has consent and knowledge there for them to be able to participate in doing something. It just went way over your head. What if it happened to you? Then I would find it acceptable. You don't? Okay, well, whatever. They do. That person does. They don't. And they're ambivalent if we're over there. And I'm like, see? It's like, I got you. It's not acceptable because the vast majority, I'm like, a minority of people are gay. And you have decided it's not acceptable. Is that still acceptable? Well, yes, it is in the context that I'm right and you're wrong. That's all you're doing. Literally. But I'd love to talk to a profile about some of the ethics and morals behind their decision making. Like in the right context, it's like this serial killer gets a bunch of people that happens to like want to die. They set it up, they die his way, everything was good. It's not acceptable, it's not legal. It's made legal. Well, then I wouldn't have to care. So you're just a robototron that doesn't care about any of the ethics, moralities, or in any way, the non-black and white that is reality. Yeah, suck that government cock again. I have thoughts on this. Okay, I can have thoughts on this. Sure, you can. How quickly are you going to get fired if you decide to voice those opinions and thoughts? Oh, man. You know you are? Oh, wow. That's not a very safe work environment. That's open and understanding. The anger, the tension, knives. My God. Anything as blunt as hell could easily cut through this shit. And this is why I like talking about it, because it's like, clearly I'm right. Clearly I know my shit. Clearly it doesn't matter what they think. They already know what they're doing. It's just like the fucking AI debate, you know? It's like, I am trying to argue only for my side that I want, and blah, 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 blah. Even though we know what the truth is. Even though we know what they're doing. Even though we know what ultimately should be allowed and all the rest of it. And what should happen for their punishment, because they were obviously clearly in the wrong to do what they did. But it's not treated as fairly or justly, and it's certainly not considered in any way as serious as it was because of the double standards and so on and so forth. Yeah, so that's why if anyone's actually intelligent that ever listens to this, genuinely gets scared of the people around them. They know they have to work in that environment, and they know they can vote. They know that they're valid somehow. Somehow, some way, something that they think is allowable isn't. This country's gone to shit, and the whole world's basically the same. Full of that. You just have to go along with it. Even though you know you'd be totally justified to do it your own way with the people that accept it, and nothing's going to go wrong, and everything's not going to get hurt. And those people that are like myself would know that to be true. Yeah, I do. Yeah. I mean, that's how I imagine them. Or maybe I'm disconnected. That's what it is. Let them out there pretend like they're good. That they're not just a bunch of braggart, entitled children. They know full well that they're not wanting to think about long term or others other than themselves with their selfishness. And that if they're allowed to be accepting of their selfishness, then why can't I? You ever notice that? Because it's like right there, I was saying I want to be selfish with my whole kinks thing and like people acting like that with me. I find that 100% acceptable. I like the context of that they know and understand everything else and they like what they are and they like what they do. I like that. I don't want it to be enforced on others. Don't you get it? You found that to be dangerous. You found that, and it's like I just went through a whole spiel of how it's not really. You're the really dangerous people, actually. I finally got you to see how you are dangerous, not me. And then I accepted that I am acceptable. I accepted that I am not dangerous. I accepted that I am being selfish and that people want me in this context and they like that I am being selfish. Wow. I have no ability to really defend that. Oh. That's why I'm like, oh yeah, no, I'm good. I'm gonna explain to you how you're not, though. It's gonna be real subtle. I'll slowly lead you to the water, and then you will have drank the water without even realizing you drank the water already. And because you were already acting that way, so you knew what you were doing, so you already drank it. I just showed everybody video and picture proof that you are drinking the water. As a thing. It's funny, but it shouldn't be. So they already adamantly denied. No, I didn't drink anything. No, you didn't do nothing like that. How the fuck do you figure? Because I have deep fake doctored photos or something. I don't know. You're still doing it. You're still literally showing that you're drinking the water. I will, what? Yeah. The fact that you don't see that you're doing that by denying what I'm saying means I have to explain something to you again. And you're not very smart. I am. So how is it that we're by denying that? And I'm like, because he said that you'll do that to keep defending a side that clearly shows that you are that biased. You are doing it for those reasons. And you asking to be explained why that is the case further perpetuates exactly the same. You are drinking the water. You are doing exactly what I said that you are, and you are doing. And same thing with like, well, now we need a debate. And it's like, there isn't a debate. There's no debate there. It's that's literally what the studies show. That's literally what you are doing. There's no debate. That also is a part of you are drinking the water. No Kool-Aid, just the water. You know, right? Yeah. No, I haven't stopped doing it. Exactly. None of them have. If you're like that, that's all you're doing. And they don't want to change that. That's why they'll just try and defend the shit out of it constantly. That they're not. That you're not. That this person isn't. That, you know what I mean? Like whoever it is. Even though 100% they are. That's why I'm like, if I were to debate the fucking profiler, it's like, so where are you in the terms of what's going on in these contexts? Do you see like how you are that? Do you see that you have always been doing that? Do you see that you are never not doing this? And that while yes, you might be preventing some people, but not all of them. And in fact, some of them are actually in a context of good things being done, but you still prosecute them. And that truthfully, you need clearly education and retraining for the people that need to see this and that you're doing this and that this is a thing that can be done and be contextually viewed as somewhat positive and sometimes negative and or whatever else. And that's acceptable. Not to mention, like, same thing with, oh, we can't teach critical race theory. I'm like, yeah, you can. Yeah, well, but my bias says that I don't want people to know I'm racist. And I'm like, right, so you can get more people to be racist, right? Not viewed as a bad thing, correct? Well, yeah. I mean, but like saying that out loud. And I'm like, you get it, right? Yeah. You're the prosecutor, you're the profiler, you're the online internet sleuth, or you're the random person that happened to listen in, or a hacker, or all of that. I mean, which one? I mean, you're all basically the same shit. Anarchist Democrat, anarchist Republican, it doesn't matter. You're all the same. Meanwhile, me saying the truth, just being blunt and honest about it, direct, which is a mature adult thing to do, is to say, hey, so I do like that. I do want you to be like that, and that's acceptable, and I like that, but I do kind of want you to also be able to find other things that make it so that way, in case I end up having issues or with something you did or did wrong or ended up not realizing that, sometimes I'm going to change or something else, that you'll still accept me and love me and still treat me the same, regardless of that. And change your mind and change your and thoughts and everything and still work towards that ultimate goal. And, like that's king talk, you know what I mean? But it's like, that's also communication of what your needs and wants are. And like, that's a good thing to do and have. So, that's what you should have going on if you're unaware. And that's what is necessary in good relationships. You know what I mean? So but like they don't see that. They don't want to see that. They don't want it to be acceptable. They don't want it to be there, you know. And I'm like, whatever really you say is not true on that end. It is acceptable. That is the only acceptable. Like legitimately, that's the only acceptable way to do that. You know, establishing certain rules and boundaries and having those change is acceptable. Having a different government and then or new laws, regulations, policies, amendments, constitution itself, a brand new one. Ooh, acceptable. It's a good thing. You need that. That's the thing that you need. But already close off my mind. I want to be racist piece of shit. I don't like any progressive. I don't want any loopholes closed. I like having the power and control. You know? And I'm just going to let people know that's literally all that is about. Even though hundreds of millions of people get hurt from them being that way and doing that. And they find that acceptable. And obviously others aren't. And now we're stuck in a house that we have to be able to change. Sometimes voting doesn't go through. Sometimes people are too scared. Sometimes they're too easy to keep them going along with what they feel is comfortable. Change means you're not going to be super comfortable all the time. But that is. I'm like, suck it up, don't care. I don't care about your feelings. I don't care about anything. We need to do this. We're going to do it. We're going to fight for it. We're going to do that shit constantly. Shut up. Don't care. Nothing you say will change my mind or opinion unless you actually have a decent argument. But you don't. Not so far. That's the truth. Well, as I see it, there's more than the world as I see it. There's more than any of that. That's the worst part about that. It's like, it's actually just straight the truth. Like, that is actually what's going on in our country, the world, really, at large. That is literally how this works. That is literally how people act. That is literally the true profile of anyone. Break it down. Except for people like myself who changed and recognize that and are willing to like grow and expand and alter their actions accordingly. That's my issue. Because it's like, then we become de facto leaders. People like us. They do. Like, people that are like that. Not just for any old thing. It's like, we become de facto leaders. They see something there. And they should, because obviously there is. It's clear that makes it such that people are able to understandingly change, grow, adapt, come together. That's why it's such a dangerous trap. Like, are you one of the good or for the bad? Because there are other people that are bad that learned of that and used it to their advantage to make the world a worse place. You know, that's the truth. You know, and some of that maybe is a mistake. Maybe they didn't know, maybe they did know, maybe whatever, because there's still that bias. They still have that. But it's like you can't always be perfect. You can't always not make mistakes. You know, that's what the truth is. Like, you're gonna have to do it. Like if you're a person like myself, that you have to fucking realize it's like, look, okay, so you want it this way for yourself, like this, but you understand and recognize others people are going to like other things, and that's acceptable, and let them have that and do those things and do it over there with them and the people that also like it and find it acceptable. You know, like that's the whole zone theory of mine, you know, where it's like down to a micro or pico zone, which is your apartment or house, then to your outside, you know, general public kind of town city area, which is a micro zone. Then you have a county, which is a sub zone. Then you have the big zone, which is your city. I mean, your state. Okay. And like, that's fine. That's acceptable. Do that. Yeah. Like, then people can like have, this is the place where I'm able to like do these things sexually together with other men or women or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, and then you still work with regular jobs and everything, and you still have your online entertainment and what you are willing to allow for there and not. And it's like, isn't that counties and cities and state? And it doesn't seem to work that way. Because like the biggest caveat to that is a totalitarian, benevolent totalitarian fascist dictator who's like, you're going to be nice to yourself and others. I am not accepting in any capacity that you won't be. I'm going to oppress the shit out of you. You think I won't suppress and oppress you? You're going to literally not be able to, even in your own home, in your own restroom, wherever the fuck, if I can get into your head, I'm going to make sure you're nice to yourself and others and do the you know, pros and cons of anything. No more will you be allowed to fucking think for yourself, even. Which isn't technically true. You will be able to think for, but you get the picture. You know, it's like, look, fuck you. No. Challenge those thoughts. Challenge that fucking belief system. Challenge those behaviors. You know what I mean? Like, challenge that shit. Allow yourself the ability to grow and adapt and overcome the discomfort of talking about any subjects. Anything. Pedophilia is another part of that too. Yeah. It's like, look. Ooh, okay. It could be done in such a way that people are getting hurt. No, sorry. No, it can't. No. And I'm like, ooh, all of a sudden when it's about that. All of a sudden when it's about this now. No, it can absolutely be. Yeah. Like, I've already talked about that in my other previous YouTube videos. So, you know, go through that. But the fact of the matter is, it's like, it's possible for it to not be terrible and like people not get physically, mentally, or emotionally harmed. You know what I mean? And that's acceptable. They should be acceptable in society. I'm fully on board with that. 100%, you know, but like you have to also understand that you have to help people, meaning young kids and adults and everyone involved, understand how to do that and how to understand things and all the rest of it, and have the tests or the understanding that they might do or want that before you are comfortable with it, you know. And that's harsh. Others do understand that, but then others are not understanding of that. You know what I mean? And the blurry lines as they are, because, you know, the fucking camera, of course, is what they are. You know, it's like there's a wiggle room, and everybody's different. It's an individualistic thing. You know, some people are going to learn and want sooner, more curious, or just more sexual. Some are not at all. Okay. And so, like, the reason why I bring that up, because that's the de facto, both sides right now hate them all the way through. No one could ever be good. All of them are bad, always wrong. And I'm like, it's the most clear cut, like, wow, there's some serious generalizations, dude, that you're leveraging against something. I can't even fucking deal with that. Like, no, there's no way. No, that's impossible. That's literally not fucking possible to be factual whatsoever for them to not ever, you know, like, it's just not. But I made arguments like that in the past. I said bullshit like that in the past. And like, that's why I'm always like kind of feeling guilty and ashamed of myself, because it's like, holy shit, sorry. Yeah, no, I fell for that trap. I fell for that hard. I fell for that line of thinking. It was just to look cool and big and all the rest of it, you know, because everybody is on board with this, and maybe I can get them to you know, come together and work towards a common goal by hating them. You know what I mean? You know, and it's like, it worked a little, actually. I kind of don't like that. I don't. And it's like, truthfully speaking, I'm being open and honest now. You know, like, back then, I actually was fully okay. I just didn't want anybody to think that I was, because, or even remotely like that, since that could mean dangerous things for people, you know, and it's a very similar situation where police and criminals come together to harm them. And they'll get away with it, and other stuff like that. And I don't like that. I don't want that to happen to me. Clearly, you know, so I'm gonna hide the shit out of that and pretend that I'm one of them that thinks that way, you know, and then try and have some good that's comes from it. And I know others that were like me, or fully just they themselves pedophiles, you know, went along for it and accepted that, because it's like, what are you going to really do? You know, what are you really going to say? What are you really going to be able to stop? You know, like, oh, I have to fucking treat myself like I'm terrible and everything. And like, I'm constantly anxious, angry, sad, depressed, suicidal, all the same things. And I'm like, I'm going through that. I'm looking at myself in the mirror going, oh my God, you fucking total liar. Just shitty person. Nothing you say is right. And you know it. You're lying your ass off. You are 100% fucking, you just. And I'm like, I hate that. I hate that a lot. I hate that a lot. Like, I wanted to change that constantly. And eventually I was like, hey, I'm going to have to put myself out there and, you know, stream and put, you know, and instead of being in the background and talking to people, you know, like that, with hackers or government or whatever, you know, might have been there, or whoever in my neighborhood at the time back at that Chandler house heard, or the hackers that were easily able to, I mean, come on, it's a Cox Internet default router and modem combo that had port forwarding enabled on it with a fucking, you know, password my mom shouted out in the neighborhood, and had like pictures in her phone, which she had malware apps basically on her phone and her computer, you know, just like straight up came out later. These are just straight malware. Like, they're key logging, watching you from the fucking camera on your phone and your computer and shit. Like, They're just are. And then that's all that really was. And I know I got hacked too, and I know like I got followed along, and I know that I could never really go to the police about it because of that part that I was willing to accept and say, but also like more than anything, they didn't steal any of my money. They weren't really kind of technically are harassing, but like, they're not going to really do anything. You know what I mean? Like, so I just was caught in a helpless, hopeless place as they also stole ideas from me and they stalked me and they still are. And I got raped at my house. Apparently they said that like they recorded it or whatever, but I was drunk. That's why I brought up that whole example. So I was drunk. I was passed the fuck out, on my bed. But we used to leave the back door open, the sliding glass door open at night during summer because we didn't have AC. And so they came in and I woke up with fucking hickeys and like I was like, they're not gonna believe me. And they proved that they were willing to find me and do this shit. I'm terrified as fuck. I'm not gonna go to anyone. Fuck that. That's scary. You know what I mean? And it's like what are they gonna? There's no DNA really, realistically. And so they know no one's really ever going to believe that because I got labeled all these psychological disorders, mental disorders. They know that they can just it's not real, and that's what I got as a response on Reddit when I talked about it. Imagine that for like police. It's not going to go anywhere. I'm never going to get justice for that. I'm just not. Same thing with my family members. It's a he said, she said, type of thing in the past that you misremembered. I never did that. And like, that's the thing I have to deal with my family, and they're still in my life, and I need them for toiletries and shit, and they're still abusive narcissists. I can't get away from them. Can't get away from the hackers. Can't get away from anyone. I can't even get away from the reality that this is happening. For all these things I said that would happen, all these things that are going on, and all these things that are there that I don't like and that I don't want this way and aren't changing, and they aren't. I am. I've changed. But they haven't. They're all justifying their shit, just like I said earlier. Same reason, same court case, same bullshit. All wanting to ignore what's going on. No one wants to help me. No one wants to find me. No one wants to do anything like that. I pushed everyone away. But it's like, did I really push anyone? Like, what the fuck? I know they were there. Proved that. But, wish I'd fucking recorded any of that. I've talked about that. But people, again, back to court of public opinion. You didn't, and I don't see that. Whatever. It's not that. And, it's nothing. And back to it again. So, like, that's what it is. And, being home alone, it's a never ending, this constantly keeps happening. It's a never ending trigger. It's always a remembering. It's always, that was my thing. I said that was literally what it's not similar mind when it's 8 fucking straight years constantly, every single day, every second of every day. It couldn't be that. It just is statistically not possible. So even I have to just be like, well, I guess I'm just stuck doing this, getting constantly hurt, and that's all that I get. and there's no help for me gonna happen. So, try and focus on maybe trying to get a life going or something's going and going on, moving forward and so on. Yeah. But this is it. This is my life. I didn't pay for this. I didn't do anything wrong, illegal, anything bad. I managed to get myself out of the fucking mindset that I was in back then that was not showing and sharing to all of you about that thing that I saw people doing. That whole like justification garbage and all the, the things I said that I led people to understand the horse drinking the water. And then I freaked out in my past because I was like, I was connected or some shit. And wanted to keep doing it and kept pressuring and kept doing that garbage more and more and more. And I continue to keep saying, fucking leave my past bullshit gone. Like, never do it. Like, just stay here, listen to me now. Because, like, that's what I really want. And that's what I'm really learning again, that, like, I thought that I was under attack and under threat. And then there's apparently other people that were involved that are the ones that said their shit or my shit or some keying off energy or mind sort of style of merge, personality stuff that led me to make decisions and say things I didn't find true or correct or what I wanted or what I felt that I should do, especially when they were telling me that wasn't me, and that was a person that we should go after. You know what I mean? And it straight up fucked everything up. It fucked everything up as a result of them doing that. Like, you went after myself with myself for no good. Like, no wonder why the freak out, the paranoia, the fucking everything else. You know what I mean? And it just hurting myself. I mean, it's not on me. It's on them. It's on everyone else but myself. I entered that with no knowledge. I entered that with no anything. It's garbage. I never wanted it to begin with. I never wanted them to be there. There's no way in hell that would have been acceptable. It's the same equivalent of those two things I brought up. Oh, I was so drunk and desperate and everything, and they used and abused me. And then they came over and fucking raped me. Just straight up. And who's to say that she isn't lying her ass off that she didn't want what the hell that was? Because of that level of manipulation going on right from the get-go for the desperation and shit. I wouldn't ever believe a word out of any of their fucking lying ass bitch mouths. I just wouldn't. I've been talking out loud to myself again about what I really feel, what I really think, what I really want, what I really, all these things. I wanted, and what I really, I still have, but especially the last year, really, really kicked it off. Like a little bit before, back when I was homeless and the mission shelter in October after getting out of a mental health facility, what I really thought, and, I've been slowly getting better and better, about that. Hi, Daddy. How do I swipe right on you? I'm not sure. You can always contact me if you want to get to know each other. Madison. But yeah, no, this someone came into the chat. Say, you look a little bit like you're a bot, though, if I'm being honest. I don't believe that. I don't believe your picture at all, if I'm being honest. I don't. But I'm not a bot. Yeah, no kidding, right? No, no, I would never be, Anyways. But yeah, no, I've been dealing with a lot of that shit for a long time. I'll prove you wrong. I'm sure. 3 hours in. I cooked and ate food before someone finally entered the chat. Started like 3 hours ago. That's insane. Prove me wrong. How are you going to prove me wrong, Madison? With an I? Prove me wrong. Anyways. Oh, I need to tweet this. I'm live. Typing is hard. I love this. The age discourse has gotten so bad on TikTok. I saw someone say they hate when autistic people sexualize themselves in any way because they technically have the minds of children, and I'm like, no, they don't. No, they don't. Absolutely do not. No, they don't. 2 eyes. You on Snap? I'm not on Snap. No, that's also a bot program that I see on Reddit all the time. It's literally a bunch of people that are like, look at my Snap. Pay me money to get pictures that I, stole off of someone and sell to you. That's what I view Snap as. Like, honestly, it's a platform, it's an app platform that literally helps scammers scam. So, same thing with Messenger and quite a few others, actually. I mean, they're a good part of their business, so I don't think they're ever going to change any of that. Even though, like, realistically, it's not correct for them to be doing that. 2 eyes. Yeah, Madison with 2 eyes. Yeah. Just check out. Let's see. I mean, I could be wrong. I could be misremembering the whole family situation. I don't know. Anyways, I'm on Twitter though. I'm on Reddit. If you want to hit me up there. Same Xenon Reality Color is Reddit. Although my links are on the channel, so you should be able to find me off of those. On YouTube, yeah, I'm on YouTube. Yeah. I'm literally trying to find newspaper articles or something for anything to talk about. Sorry, Madison. Oh, you're a cutie. What's your Snap? I swear, man. 5 months, 19 days. Okay. Not trying to out you, but you don't really have anything on your account. You looking more like a goddamn like scam than I've ever seen in my life. Really? I don't know. Maybe not my entire life, but still seems like it. Why don't you talk to me here, Madison? I'll keep talking to you. Yikes. Yeah, I know, right? Cancer causing infirmities, diabetes medications. Oof. New Asus Chromebook. I'd rather not have a Chromebook. Surname's oil boom hits a $10 billion snag. Wait, what about these? The SNIs are IE 200s. You know, see those things? See, the problem I have with IEMs in general is consistently about the same problem. You know, like they stick out and I can't lay down flat with them. That's the whole reason why I want to wear IEMs. I like leaving them in while I'm asleep, but I also want them to sound good. So I'll contact you, I guess, Madison with two eyes, at some point maybe. And then I'll explain probably my next stream. Oh yeah, no, if I remember. It was still a scammer. Yeah. Still scamming, doing the scam stuff. Sorry, I'm still looking for something. Guess I'll you know what? Fuck it. It's your snap. I don't have a snap. Ignored. I'm gonna ignore that. So I have no snap. It's literally how I view that, though. I don't see a reason why to view Snap in any possible way as something other than a scam if it's ever linked to anything or somebody wants to go on to it. Yeah, and plus it saves your bullshit that you do. Like it's like, no, we don't save any, and there's no local files. And I'm like, nah, there are for sure. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I don't want that. Fuck off. Hell, I don't even like my messages having like, you know, like Google Messages having saves for the various fucking photos I get or send. I find that to be weird and unsettling. No, I did ignore that. I mean, I suppose I should have said like, "What do you want?" and on Snap, because I know what you're probably gonna do is like, "Oh, this is a person, and for this amount of money, you can be with me, right, or talk to me, or some shit." And I'm like, "No, I'm good, super good to go. Not doing that." Yeah. What am I going to go off on? Like, let's see what Reddit has for like random bullshit to watch or listen to. Look at. Really is what I should have said. Non-American people. What's a thing you don't understand about America? That's an interesting question. Not that interesting. It's been stated before. It's like a new one, like every month or 2 months or so. Do every worker file their own taxes, or am I just confused? Yep. It's a pain in the ass. Yeah, that shouldn't in no way be on the worker. How much cereal selection you have? That's a bit weird. Yeah. We have an entire aisle dedicated to cereal. It's all pretty much sugar, though. To share a room with a complete rando when you go to college. Yeah, that makes no sense. That makes no sense at all. Like literally. Yeah. Like really? Hey, random person I might end up hating and could maybe even harm me. Let's bunk together. Take a burn to save your child. Cool. Imagine working after these kinds of people. Locking up the milk. I could see that. I can honestly see. I know. I get it. That's uncalled for. You should let us use the thing that you bought and brought to the office for your use personally. You should just give it to us. Who are you to prevent us from using your stuff? Look how many likes this fucker got too. Like, look at this shit. Look at this. See if I can get it on the camera. It's 40-something, 43.8 likes, K likes. I'm like, how the fuck do you figure that that's acceptable? To just like use someone else's milk or some shit. Like, they brought their milk to the office. Why do you think it would be acceptable to use their milk? Work in healthcare. See, hate to say it, but I need one of these. I work in healthcare. My job doesn't provide creamer or just coffee. Bring my own creamer, big bottle, sticking up. But by the next day, the bottle's completely empty. See, people just fucking take. They don't fucking ask. They don't give a shit. They don't give a fuck at all. Fuck you. Downvote. You're a bitch. Use a bitch. Fuck you. Find that acceptable garbage. An actual child taking orders at Culver's this evening. Whatever. Don't care. If he wants to do it, then so be it. I don't care. Pizza delivery guy saves 5 kids trapped in burning home. Nice dude. He accepted he was going to die. Okay. The French would rather burn Paris to the ground than be forced to have a job for 2 more years. Gotta respect that. Abso-fucking-lutely. 100%. Fuck yeah, Frenchies. You go, guys and gals. Get them. Fuck them up. Fuck them. Fuck up their government. Destroy it. Burn it to the ground. Do like you did with the chaotic past you had when all of you decided to suddenly kill everyone for some stupid reason. I don't really remember what that was. Just shooting and stabbing everyone. Nobody had any fucking reason to. They just wanted to. It's a real thing, by the way. That's a real thing. I remember seeing something about it on YouTube. I think Joe Scott or something. Joe Explains did it. A thing about it. Or like the French just like decided to go chaos mode completely and start killing everyone, but it was for like I think the government or against the government. Anyways, I don't remember. Point is, they have a history for sure. 60s failing textiles company. The whole company used to fire him in 20 days. It was the biggest investment mistake he ever made. Well, petty behavior still comes with consequences and costs. Warren Buffett. Today I learned Warren Buffett bought Berkshire Hathaway purely out of spite. In the 60s, it was a failing textiles company which he wanted to sell his stake in. When its president lowballed him, he bought the whole company just to fire him. In 2010, he said it was the biggest investment mistake he ever made. Yeah, totally can get that, truthfully. Still, on the other hand, I'm also like, I've done dumb shit in the past that I, basically feel is very similar. And I know I shouldn't have, and it's a huge mistake. And I kept trying to make it work and run, and it's like I should have just fucking gotten rid of him, failed him, just removed this shit from my life. Whatever it is you want to call it. Like, you failed my test to continue on with my life. You know what I mean? And so that's a thing. Yeah. And I'd absolutely in every way just say never do it. It wouldn't be worth it out of spite, no matter how hard it is you think, or how much anger you have to be able to try and justify it. That's interesting. This is David Hampson, aka the Silent Man, a UK citizen who is repeatedly arrested for standing on a certain road to block traffic. He never speaks a word, not even to the court or his lawyer. Every time he is released, he repeats the same crime and remains silent. New Brett Kavanaugh sexual assault allegations revealed in secret Sundance document. I believe it. I could see him doing that. 100%. I wouldn't trust in the slightest that he didn't fucking like sexually assault people. He is that kind of guy. He just puts out mad like sexual assaulter vibes. Man is ordered to carry out 75 hours of unpaid work after he deliberately farted at police during a strip search and asked them, "How do you like that?" That's bullshit. That's bull. Like, come on. You can't take the fart. You can't, like, it's not going to hurt you. It's not going to kill you. He's being disorderly, but not really. It's not that bad. You're going to make the guy, like, fucking do 75 hours. 75, that's like 2 weeks of fucking solid work almost. But, like, fuck you. For no pay? He has his own job, probably. You know what I mean? And who gives a shit what he was being arrested for? That's uncalled for. That's cruel and unusual, unjust punishment. Because the police were like, I will not stand for you deciding to, like, get one over on us. You know what I mean? Be my 18-year-old self and give advice. Fuck, if I could change my future right now, I would literally say, no matter how hard you tried, no matter what it is you fucking did, your family were always going to hate you and always going to abuse you, take you for granted. You should have gotten out of there and found a family outside of your family. And have realized that you should have turned off all of your electronics and gotten away from the entirety of the world. And gotten like friends. That would have helped you far more than anything you did. Like, as soon as you could. Even being homeless might have ended up maybe being better for you back then. Probably not, honestly. It never did help me. But, it wasn't helpful ever. Screw the hook and came back to it dried like this. I love this. It's a dog shit. This is hilarious as fuck. Oh my god. Wife doesn't do, but you wish she did. Well, there's one thing your wife, GF, doesn't do, but you wish she did. Exist. I'd like that. Could you do that? Could you exist in my life, in real life, or online? Anywhere, could you? That'd be nice. Brooke Shields revealed rape as young star in Sundance film. Oh, is this about the Brett Kavanaugh film? So Stay Alive and Get Out. Yeah, that sounds familiar. Same. Yeah, I'm sorry that happened to you, honestly. I think it's about quote of the day. Don't think outside the box. Follow the process. A boring dystopia. Sweet. Yeah, no, you can't see that. What am I doing? That's stupid. The ski resort in every state, according to me. Is what's going on with the skiing. Meanwhile, me, the snowboard Chad, skiing. What? But actually, both are acceptable. Like, I don't really give a fuck. I just happen to think snowboarding looks cooler than skiing in every possible conceivable way. But that's my own personal preference. That shade, that shade's so real. I wonder what respectable profession he will choose to pursue in the future. What? Wait, what? What? Growing avocado. Yeah, oh my god. Oh, this is a cursed comments. What a good young man. I wonder what respectable profession he will choose to pursue in the future. Twitter is like, pay me more. And then some other person doesn't say, anyone want to explain by Alan 1993? Knowing the internet, I'm guessing he shoves avocados up his arse and shits out guacamole or something. And I'm like, yeah, because there's nothing else there. Like, what is this? Like, actually, see if the thing will, yeah, you can't see nothing. Whatever. Xanax Warrior Princess choosing big. I don't give a shit about this. I don't give a shit about that. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. Again, don't give a fuck. No giving a fuck on that. That's stupid. Don't care. Not reading. Flies illegal immigrants to Martha's Vineyard. Immigrants granted visas because they were victims of a crime. Yes, DeSantis. Chaotic good, huh? Would that be the case? I look like a complete jerk dick, but actually I intended to do, which is what we'd have to say, to get them to be legalized. Next thing you know, he's like running for president. I got those immigrants legalized green cards because I made criminal actions occur and they are now citizens. Well, we had Trump, who was the criminal, so like, what's the difference, really? At least he actually did some good, I suppose I could vote for that. I suppose that could be, I don't know. In every way, I'm like, that's probably not what he was trying to do. You know what I'm saying? Like, he wasn't like that. He was doing that whole like, I'm gonna fucking look cool with all my bro, fraternity, jock people. Yeah, alphas, every one of us. I fucking sent him over to that fucking lame brain Lisa Simpson bookworm. And whoa, they're legal now, and I'm the bad guy? How did that work? This is bullshit, Lisa. You pulled strings or something. Bart, how can you say that? Now, honey. Mars comes over. Fucking Jesus fuck. DeSantis. You could tell Bart would be like that too, you know what I mean? Oh my god, such a dumbass. Okay, technology. Steps in Stereo says first small modular nuclear reactor certified for use in the United States. All right, cool. That's good. Hopefully nobody steals that and then makes a bomb. That'd be nice. I mean, bad. That'd be bad. Just saying random bullshit. Anyways. China's global mega projects are falling apart, says Attack of the Terminator in economics. I guess they're falling apart. That's my new perception. Okay, not like other girls subreddit. I heart Batman 05. Tire brand is being one of the good ones. Please don't poop in my cornflakes for asking. But it's something is not massing. Okay, wait. It comes to women respecting men to be so outraged. This is when their pitchfork and the shorts. Yeah, man, crime, but yeah. This is for an encouraging B.
Schumer, who goes to female empowerment events and tells stories about how she's raped men on multiple occasions? Aren't you the same women who stayed very blind when Donna Hilton was asked to speak at the iconic Million Women's March in Washington, D.C.? You know, the woman who was actually convicted of torturing, kidnapping, raping, and then murdering a disabled man. How come y'all are so quiet about that?
I mean, some of them are like that. I can't deny that, you know, that calls back to the whole, well, it was acceptable for the group to allow for that at the time. And then, like, there was good that occurred from it for these terrible people. And so, you know, on one hand, you got these good things that occurred, but they are still terrible people kind of thing, where it's a moral weirdism, you know. And then, of course, when it's a woman that says it, it's like, then it's not okay. Then, like, she's not like the other girls. I don't know. Maybe there's other stuff there. I don't know. You know. Oh, I came to see feet, hands. Yeah. But I love it. I love the fact that there are some women and men out there that want to see my feet. That's cool. As prices soar, border officials are seeing a spike in egg smuggling from Mexico. Ooh. They finally have money to be able to spend. It's worth a shot, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, no. I mean, maybe one day I'll put out an OnlyFans where you can see my naked feet slathered in oil in the shower. Surrounded by wonderful looking women's hands. Caressing, yes. I would absolutely do that. If there was legitimately like an actual demand, I would do that. I would do that in a heartbeat. I'd get so much money if there was enough demand. Oh yeah, it's a dream. Thank you, Magochi. 77. Those smuggled eggs, though. Hey, I'm here to man. I gotta get bigger. I have to get bigger for that to be the case, you know, honestly. You know what I mean? In every way, I would do it. I don't care. Men deserve it, OnlyFans. It's sex work for us too. It's acceptable. I want to show my feet off. Yeah, gonna be a while indeed. Not how girls work. Let's see here. Dr. Eggman for, let's see here. Oh boy is the title. Candace Owens claims women are a distraction in the workplace. Things have gotten worse at work since women joined the workforce. I think that men are having to deal with all these landmines everywhere. Thank you. You love my eye color. Thank you. How am I doing? I'm hanging in there. I'm keeping myself going. I'm keeping my streams, trying to do that kind of a thing going. I'm gonna just process what I just heard another woman say about other women. Because on one hand, they're not unintelligent people. Okay, you know this, right? Like they got to the point where they're able to shower and wipe their asses and fucking run, budgets and shit. Okay. This is Candace Owens. Apparently a tweet by Jason Campbell on Reddit. Of all things. Okay, yeah, you can't see that. It never fucking focuses. But the point I'm trying to make is look, they're not unintelligent, and unable to see what they're saying. It could be viewed in one way or another, and it's kind of a pick-me girl-esque thing to say to a certain degree. All right. Don't know any of those names. Yeah, me neither. I know Candace Owens only as a result of her blowing up as a black woman on the Republican side, that gets needed for the PR that she brings, that they're not all racist and that they accept black people, that kind of thing. But what I'll say is that that kind of a statement is indicative of misogyny. But really, if I were to attribute it to a more general, okay, reframe, not attribute, more of reframing of what was stated, would be she might be coming from it, give her the benefit of the doubt, from a perspective of, hey, because of the lack of communication of how it is certain boundaries are wanted, and people believing that some people are just going to naturally know what these boundaries are without them being stated or necessarily thought of as incorrect to do or have, or correct to do or have, depending on what it is, that women who definitely have a double standard get viewed in such a way where they are, more hurt by those boundaries being crossed. As if it doesn't happen for men, you know what I mean? As if it's not as serious when a man happens to have that happen and occur, which isn't necessarily the case. But we're kind of getting around the fact that there is a double standard there. Men are treated a little less valid when that's gone on. And so that could be a thing that she might be trying to attempt to state, but isn't. In such the context being that these landmines, most people's immediate reaction, shock, horror, value, rage, anomic kind of title, bait, clicky stuff, which of course I don't know anything about this and what she really meant or anything else. And so, this is just off of that. To me, goes to, hey, so that double standard is in such a context or view where a man, because of the starved for attention, need for compliments and more in their own life, and would be happy to have someone, not always, but often kind of are, compliment them or be viewed sexually or told that they're sexy today or something like this. But there's a point where it goes too far, and then stating this and so on is of obvious need to be there. Otherwise, the other party doesn't understand, might not pick up on the body language cues or the hints that could be there, that apparently you just have to be knowing of, which not everybody is good at. Some of them weren't raised to know about that. Some of them don't see it. Some of them aren't as good at that. There could be a mental disorder, autism. There could be a lot of things. Okay. But my guess is the distraction part, because they're so sexy, or they have to be doted on, or they have to be viewed in such a way that they need always someone to fix or, make their work acceptable, which is kind of what they're driving at. It's really what that should be about, because that's the part that's right there, that's in your face, right? So that this is where the trick, like they're intelligent enough to know how to trick people into things. So let's see, men are called weak if they show emotion. Just shows you how double-faced the world is. It's a fair point, honestly. It depends on the person, but it's a fair point that society has a better time with men not showing emotion and being just angry or violent than with women crying. I mean, like it's a very specific type of thing. But moving on to this, it's like they know that like a person they might and can be able to equate this. There's this distraction of them maybe having a workplace environment mishap with communication, or going too far, and what they might have seen as acceptable language or behavior towards each other or someone that did not want it, and that boundary was not clearly understood, that should have been there or was stated as such to mean these things. But then it's now about a distraction because a woman's there, and this man is being distracted and then like this whole drama has occurred, and then now the entire group that's working during that shift happens to have to deal with their drama distraction from and so you can tell that they're trying to. And then there's the pick me aspect where it's just like, look guys, I get it, I don't want to be distraction to you in the work environment, and I'm like, they know what they're doing, they know what this is. Candace knows what it is, but it's like, not how girls work, right? But it actually kind of a smidge. There's a little bit there. Unfortunately, there's drama. There's that asshole that didn't get properly taught and educated on how to respond appropriately, or advance appropriately, or understand and clue in that it wasn't correct during work time to approach, stuff like that. And that's a failing of society. That's a failing of your school systems. That's a failing of your family, your parents. It's a failing of them. You know what I mean? And so like, them to try and put the onus on only women. And I'm like, all right. So the women fucked up on not like explaining basically exactly that some women are going to be okay with that and want that, and some aren't. And like, it's up to you to ask that ahead of time. Are you okay with me flirting or trying to get with you? Or like, otherwise it's just about the fucking like, hey, can they even do the damn job? Are you saying that they are literally so incapable of being able to even do the job, Candace, that they're now just a distraction? Or that they're so sexy, there's not tons of porn online, there's not tons of other women in the world that are like, you're so important, you're so special that you're a distraction now? I'm like, no, come on. Yeah, I am. I want to view myself as that, and all women are. See, all of us that need to be validated and viewed as special, all the women, we're distractions. And I'm like, the fuck is going on here? You know what I mean? Yeah. I get flirted at, and I love it. Magochi, I'm not sure that you are a man or a woman, and it's not my place to ask. But like, I gotta say, like, that I'm glad that for your own individual experiences that's yours, but that's not everyone's. Remember, you were a man. Well, there you go. You were a man. So thank you for letting me know. But neither here nor there on some of that. And you're kind of distracting too. Hey, I know I am. I'm the only thing that's in the room that's moving and talking. I'm distracting. So sexy, and I know it. As the genuine jokester, you know, you guys, you have your TV on. Ah, right, yeah, nice one. But I'm lost in the sea of your eyes. Oh, thank you so much. This is not an employee choice. The CEO. Oh, I remember saying about that, or talking about this earlier. But the CEO of Morgan Stanley gets real and says employees can't simply choose to work remotely. And I'm like, yeah, they can. Like right there, that if that was in BDSM king community, he'd be like, you, my sub, cannot simply choose when to consent. I'm like, no, that's exactly, they absolutely are those ones that choose when to consent. You're just being a rapey ass bitch at that point. You know what I mean? And to me, it sounds an awful lot like this motherfucker doesn't like it. The fact that they're subs, you know, that have to beg and plead, please see me as a worthwhile employee. Please, take me in. Get money from you to me. Whatever. I'm done with it because it's like that's basically all it is. It's like, oh my god, the power dynamic. The employees are realizing they're the ones that are in control and have the power, not me. You know what I mean? True. Yeah, exactly. Thanks, Magochi. Thank you. I mean, that's all it is. It's like some asshole that doesn't like their power and control over others being like reduced. So I just talked about earlier, you know. Priest who temporarily died said he went to hell and they played Rihanna's music to torture people. Man, that's just uncalled for. That's good music. I mean, some of it, not everything she does is that great. So, you know, someone died at your high school while you were attending. I'm trying to see how common this is. I think a couple people did, actually. Not sure. Yeah, it is icon. Music is banger. I gotta agree. Honestly, her music's kind of pretty good. Kind of pretty good. You know, like that's basically what I would say. Like most of it, you know, is. And then like she's got some extremely good ones, and then like the rest, you know, I don't really vibe with. But that's my take, my perspective. So like 90% good. Yeah, no, what I'd say is like, who cares if you die? Like that's your own interpretation of what hell would have been. Because like anytime, you know, if you're going off into like the fucking, oh, I died for a bit. It's like your brain kind of subconsciously knows you're dying. And so it's like, I always believed I should be going into hell. So I'm going to put myself into hell. And this is what I always thought would be the worst thing secretly down inside would be the worst for hell. And it was like Rihanna's music. And I'm like, you know, so like if anything, that's telling of him in his subconscious that he doesn't really, you know, view very often. Like if I say to you, start singing it, Disturbia. I actually don't know the song. I know Rude Boy. You know, I listened to that extensively. I like that song a little bit. You know, Umbrella. Umbrella is their biggest hit. Yeah, no, I haven't listened to Rihanna since then, really, if I'm being honest. Say with me, T.I. Yeah. Fucking goodness. TikTok use, hey, boy, I gotta give it. Are you gonna give it up? Yeah. And then I'm like, you're the one that's not backing up onto the dick. This Rihanna. We know what this is. Oh, it's come on. See, I'm hard of hearing if you don't know. I'm hard of hearing. So like all the time, my brain doesn't know the lyrics. That's one of the reasons why I'm like, is really what I sound, you know, that can kind of mumble. Anyways, come on, Rugina, can you get it up? Come on, Rugina, none, is you big enough? Oh, I'm big enough to make sure that I definitely don't get involved further. Yeah, those are lyrics. Thanks, Magochi. You wouldn't understand about that kind of. It's like, look, I'm not going to get involved even further. She had so much drama around that time, you know, like nobody understands, or I should say nobody, but a lot of people probably don't remember But around that time, like Chris Brown had beaten the shit out of her, and like she just decided to do like Rude Boy, which was effectively like, oh, I'm into like getting spanked and whipped and shit. And I'm like, cool, that's awesome. Honestly, love that. Why is the drama, the court, and all this other shit that is going on? And no offense, I'm down with like the whole thing, but like I don't really want to take on that. Like I'll be around, I'd be friends with benefit, but like I just don't want to. I can't. I have my own shit. You know what I mean? Which is like, that's so mean. And I'm like, I'm just letting you know I couldn't be there for you, and I know that like that's the case. Like I can't be there, but I could be like there that way. You mean SM? There's a further concept. You did, Magochi. I get you. You mean SM? Yeah, I'm a dom sadist. That's what I am. So I get you. Like I know about it like a little bit. Some of the SM about getting whipped and chained and all. Yeah, right. Oh, the SM, right? Yeah. Rude Boy is about the guys, Shy Guys, a big trunk, right? Yeah, see, I always get it mixed because like there's a couple of them that did various different things that they all did. They're like, and it's like, and almost consistently from what I saw, it was like there was this point in their life where they got kind of shit on by society, or like they got hurt by a relationship, and then they would come out later with that, which I fucking hate. How red the spots I shaved earlier, they just are not going away. Anyways, wait a minute, Dom. Yeah, I'm a Dom. I'm a sadist. Yeah, it's a thing. Mostly into women. So that's a thing, and then the men that I'm into are not gendered individuals, or still have a female vagina, and are fairly, at least, feminine androgynous. So that's a thing that's for me. So I don't know if you recall, but she did release Take a Bow after Chris Brown did his thing. Yeah, no, and I got a feeling that, and she did SM after that. See, that's Beyonce. Beyonce did that. Like there's like a few men that did basically the same thing after a breakup with one of their girlfriends, and there's actually quite a few rock and roll people that did the same thing. It's kind of it's like a consistency to it. Like they all hate us, and but then like after it's like, oh, I'm really like this, and you know what I mean. It's like shouting out to the world, right? I mean, hell, right? I've probably done it. Also recommend Dom on them. Yeah. No, but I'm all about that consent and communication ahead of time before, getting into that kind of stuff. Honestly, Take About it was hella good. Yeah. No, it was actually. Yeah, it was pretty good. Her whole outfit, look at that music, Chef Kiss, of course. Yeah. Yeah. No, you have to communicate, even if it's like you want to get into the nitty gritty right away, but it's like afterwards. Like, so moving forward, we're going to have to talk about this, like, I don't care if it's embarrassing. I don't care if any of that, it's not acceptable to move forward without the boundaries and what's acceptable and not, and what we're willing to work on or not. And knowing for a fact that it can change over time. So, it's yeah, you gotta say hi. How are you? Sometimes, man, I feel like that's the exact opposite of what they're looking for. And the worst part is I'm aware of that. I am aware. Like, I'm aware as a dom sadist. They're like, they genuinely like, I'm looking for the person to literally just rape me. And it's like, that's the rape kink dom BDSM community shit. And I'm like, this is a gray area, being honest. It's a gray area, like hardcore. Like, I'm like, I mean, it's not rape, but like, you know, and then like then you get into it further and it's like, right, then you're supposed to explain it, you know, but if they don't, then inevitably it's like, oh, that was just an abusive relationship and everything, and now I'm better now, right? And then same thing with like the dom and the sadist is like, oh, I ended up with like a submissive that was abusive as fuck, like, and I felt terrible for what I was doing and like miscommunicate, like bad all around kind of shit, you know. And it's like, what in the world? And they never imagined that, like, the Dom, the sadist, can be the one getting abused by a submissive masochist. You know what I mean? And it's like, but they absolutely can. You know what I mean? And they could. So, but that's a part that a lot of people that are really in that community know about, that are a little bit more experienced, versus like the ones that just say it's not a thing, you know? So. But interesting, it's role play, but it's taken to the extreme, right? Yeah, kind of basically. You know, a lot of people don't understand that like there's a significant rape kink community. Hell, there's a huge kink community on Reddit, hardcore. I'm a part of some of them. You know, I'm not even gonna fucking lie, but it's like, holy shit, like, whoa, you know, like. This is one of the reasons why I go and when I look out in the regular popular, main Reddit board, I'm like, the weirdisms that are here where they're generalizing all of this is bad, but then like this rape king community exists and it's like, no, we want to get raped. That's what, give it to me. Rape the shit out of me. The fuck? It's always wrong and bad. No, well, it turns out for these folks, that's the exact opposite. We need to protect them. So now you're going to dom them, daddies and mommies, and parent them. I will not. I will be a brat and do what I want. What the... Sorry, I'm just laughing at that. I once stumbled into Rule 34 subreddit. Say I had an experience. Yeah, Rule 34 is like nice. Actually, that's an old one for me. As a person that used to be on 4chan, probably when I really shouldn't have been. You know what I mean? Rule 34 was big back then. Like any cartoon going on at the time would have had Rule 34 because like they would sexualize any character. It didn't matter how young, it didn't matter how old. It was like, yeah, if you're a guy, now you're a woman. Rule 63, bitch. If you know about Rule 63, it's like they flip it's like if there's any porn out there, it exists. And even a woman version of the male character. So, that was a thing. Mainly because I was on Overwatch and people were trolling about it, so I was curious to know what it is. I knew too soon. Dude, before Overwatch was released, I was seeing porn for it, honestly, of the characters. Before even canon was about any. Like, they were like, Tracer loves to take dick and shit. Meanwhile, she's like with Emily and things now, and like, oh yeah, no, she's actually like a gay, woman or bisexual. I forget what it is. But it's like, Tracer got hit hard. Widow was like Mercy. Oh my god, like Far Mercy. You know what I mean? Like, or Fat Mercy or whatever her name ended up becoming, like online. And like the creators were like, no, we don't approve. This is bad. Meanwhile, it's like it's one of the main reasons why they blew up so hard by making sexy, good-looking characters for people to want to be like and enjoy. I used to play Overwatch. I have a Chromebook. I did for a while. I never got into competition. I was always kind of like less serious about it. But, used to. Yeah, I don't have a computer and I don't have my accounts anymore, and so I don't. And there's Overwatch too. Then why not now? Yeah. I was like, I don't have money for anything. I have internet, but like if I ever could get someone to donate to me like an actual computer or the money for one, but I don't have a donate link or anything, but yeah, I have a Chromebook. I have a Chromebook that can't play games, if I'm being honest. It's a 4 gigabyte RAM, do 2-core, no GPU, computer that I'm using that is quite slow most of the time. Chromebooks are some of the say, yeah, they really are. Yeah. So if you ever get the chance to play it, yeah, hit you up. Okay, yeah. Feel free to follow. Send me a DM or a whisper or something with your name on, and I'll hit you up. I need friends to fucking play with again. Nice. Thank you very much for doing that. But that's good luck on ever getting anywhere with any of that. For me, is what my perspective is. Not you. I didn't mean you. Don't take that to mean you. I'm honestly, in my head, I was looking at myself. Good luck for ever getting anywhere. Like with that, you fucking idiot. Fucking never have enough money. You have no income. Yeah. Fucking asshole I am to myself. Fuck. Such a dick. Fucking Christ. Hey, Game Internet, I'm just happy hanging out. Same, honestly. Yeah, it's nice to hang out and fucking chill and all that shit. Feel free to watch the VOD if you want to listen to any of the newer stuff or the earlier stuff, because you probably won't. I'm trying to self-sabotage. You probably won't like hanging out with me because I get existential and weird about things. Yeah. And I'm like, there are some things that could be acceptable, even if you don't think they are. Ooh, I mean, and so, that's a thing. Why would I watch a VOD when I can hang out with you while live? Yeah, no, I mean, not wild. Well, yeah, you never know. You never know. If you ever ask me questions, you'll end up finding out that I have genuine takes that typically will make people concerned until I explain myself. Like anyone else, if I'm being really realistically honest about that. I haven't yet met someone that doesn't have like a wild take on something that they're a little scared to share, But it's neither here nor there. And the reason why is because explaining it is it takes a while, it takes a long time. And so that was a genuine hour to 2 hour long fucking part of the beginning of my stream where I talked about that, So everything let friendship take place. However, thanks you, man. I appreciate that. That'd be fine with me. I need to get my Discord going again. I removed my Discord. I really should make the Discord a thing. I have a home camera. I don't know if you see that fucker over there? They're right there. That fucker there, whatever that is. Yeah, Discord would be nice. I can share that as a link or whatever, it's a home camera. I can share a link of it, and if you get the app, it's a Little Elf smart home camera or something. So if you get the app, or if you get I guess it's online too, you'd be able to watch that, even if the sound is utter garbage. I don't usually hear it personally. But then maybe there's ways of turning up the volume. I've tried doing my own thing, but I don't know. But the point is you can watch me walk around and strut my stuff. Normally, I shouldn't say this, but I am naked at various times on that camera. I have tweeted that shit out, weirdly enough, but I just don't give a shit. I mean that. I actually don't care. I'm like, whatever. It's out there. Sure, I talk about random things. I go through terrible, crazy moments. I have mental health disorders and shit, but then there's also all this other garbage that's going on. But is it for security? I just never give a shit. Truthfully, I never do. And it's it is for security. It's mostly just, if I'm being really candid, it's literally just so I can see if my cat's sitting on my bed when I'm not at home. That I don't feel like anyone would ever come into my apartment or try and steal anything. I don't. But I do believe it is for you know, like I could use it for that kind of shit. I should really get rid of it. I really shouldn't do that. You know, it feels like for stalkerish kind of shit or like, you know, stuff like that. Cause I've had issues with hackers in the past. You know what I mean? I've had fucking shit like that, you know, keep yourself around. It sounds like, you know, but at the same time, it's like, I don't really give a fuck if someone wants to watch me and listen to me, you know, go through my daily life. If anything, like, I kind of like that. I don't know. I've been kind of normalized to the idea of just, it's always there. So, you know, but at the same time, it's like, yeah, easy solution, tape it. Yeah, I'm just a weirdo that's just like, but I'm lazy, procrastinate, and task initiation failure. I don't know. I just don't really fucking do it. I just never really seem to care. So take it out. Yeah, I don't. I should though. I should. I just don't. I'm trying to find something on the main subreddit. Plus, like, that's OnlyFans galore, if anything, right? Like, that's like, this is mature adult content. You could never have it on anything like Twitch. There might even be balls and dick out at some points in time. They might even be getting rubbed vigorously. You know, we're just like, okay. What the fuck? A lot of details. Yeah, no, but I talk mostly about a lot of philosophical, psychological, existential stuff, you know, and I don't know if you can hear it, because like the damn thing, and I need to get a Discord. I need a Discord for like the home security camera that's fucking like normal, you know, that's there, you know what I mean? And I need to do that. Like, I need a Discord for this, you know, to gain a community. Cause like I'm follow my stream, Mogochi, if you could. I would greatly appreciate that. But also like, you know, my YouTube and my Twitter, because like those are also places I'm still fairly active, you know, and like I'm trying to. Oh, you already did. Thank you very much. I tweet about random shit that's probably not great. You know, I don't know. Like, go through it. You might see like where I come from and why I tend to feel as though people don't ever want to see me or watch me, or I don't know, man. I'm a self-sabotaging bastard. I'm like, you're probably never gonna like me, even though everything I say is extraordinarily profound. So I'm trying to do a bit in character. If you don't know, I really am. It's extraordinarily. I'm the most interesting man in the world. He's got nothing on me. I'm not really. I'm a pretty normal person that has issues like anyone else. You know, looking for love, being alien about life, a concept artist. That's his main character. You're the main character. We're just living in your world. Yeah, well, you know, I wouldn't say that could be possible. I could make an argument that might sound logical enough. But at the same time, it's like, that's not how I view it. I feel like we're all living our own lives, our own main character, and our own stories, in our own fucking head, and all the rest of it. You know, can I be tree number 5? That'd be nice. I have a tree over there. Somewhere. I think you go, tick, 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 tick. There's the tree. Walks off camera. Being here, living road. Is here. There's nothing on Reddit really showing up. You know the whole problem I have with the Andrew Tate situation? Not to give him even more fucking publicity, but like the guy's a literal walking troll that got everybody, because he didn't kill anyone, he didn't shoot him up. You know what I mean? Say what you want about the mass shooters of the world and their manifestos, and I want to get famous and everything. This guy basically knew that he could be a troll, kind of like try hard, you know, nerd, whatever geek thing of what's going on now that has all this money, that would have been able to rape or, you know, have some quasi whatever bullshit and gotten far from that. Like, he's showing that that's literally, you know, Andrew Tate situation. It's weird to me because it's like that's basically what he is. That's essentially what all he is and has ever been. And like people are literally feeding into it. Literally, they are feeding into it. Like the Hasanabis of the world, the H3H3 Productions, are feeding into it by continuously talking about the guy. Never heard of the guy. See, right there, even me, I never heard of him, didn't know who he was. Next thing you know, he's banned on all the platforms, and I'm like, who is he? What is this that's going on? What is this? I don't know anything about this guy. He looks like Pitbull. A little bit, yeah, like a slightly taller, thinner Pitbull, basically. You know? And I'm like, whatever, you know, who cares? Basically, I sat through a little bit of Hasanabi's stream today, and I was like, I don't care about him. I don't want him to continue. Like, I don't give a fuck about this guy. I don't. Who cares? You know. So, see here, my acting dream finally come true. Yeah, no kidding. House of Who? Yeah, no kidding. I didn't say house. I don't think so. What was that in reference to? Hasanabi. Oh, Hasanabi. Hasanabi is a relatively popular streamer. I think is what you heard me. But it's like I just don't give it. I don't really give a fuck about Hasanabi. Either anyway, like, cause like I'm a socialist Democrat, but I had different values where I'm like, I'm willing to say that some fascism can be good. Like the idea of like, you're not allowed to say mean, nasty things about others. I'm going to oppress and suppress you. I'm going to be a fascist, oppressing, authoritarian dictator to you, being able to shit on yourself or others and bully them. And I'm like, that's a good and positive. But he would never say, like, there are no such things as maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I've never talked to the guy. But, like, I get the feeling that he would be like, no, there's no such thing as good fascism. And I'm like, there's no such good thing as good, complete freedom. Obviously, look at America. Complete freedom doesn't help us at all. Like you need a certain amount of structure and rigidity and like control and authority over people doing things. Otherwise, you cause issues. Like you cause normalization of abusive behaviors and shit like that. You know, and so there's balances of both is effectively like what I say. Loudest pudding. Yeah, that's a funny username. I don't know. I also am not a huge fan of Pay Money Wumby. Like the guy basically just makes an hour-long stream shitting on people, being like not perfect or 100% on something. And he bullies the shit out of him, and his stream kind of goes along with it, and he even shits on his chat. And I'm like, I'm not into that. Like, I don't like that. I don't find that to be acceptable at all. But like, that's a thing that he does. And like the most of the online community kind of gaslights and it says, lighten up, it's not that bad, and those things aren't so big of a deal, and victim blame, gaslight, enable the abuser, he's just being a joke, stuff like that. And they don't see it as serious, and they don't see that their pain and everything is that big of a deal. And like some people are going to be more sensitive to that than others. To that toxic behavior, but like others aren't, and so like they don't know, but then they don't think to like ask the people like, hey, is this acceptable for me to say to you, or so when it comes down to that BDSM kink talk, it's like so they're a lot better and less toxic, even though they're hitting each other and doing all that kind of shit. like they're less toxic people than the standard regular person of the world, practically speaking. So that's all I'm trying to say. I'm trying to look at various things on Reddit because let's see. Okay, so I ended up posting something on a subreddit called Espresso, and they went to town trying to like just shit on my stuff, got defensive, victim blame, paramoralism. Like I called them out every single step of the way, every comment. Not something that a hyper defensive, overreactionary crowd is gonna like. You know, clearly the mob wants you to bend to their will. That's the only acceptable behavior. And it's like, oh, yeah, no, it's not. I don't have to accept that. So I don't have to. Like, I don't. And I can absolutely decide to fucking not destroy my day or my life and go after them and have them constantly ruminate and fucking angry. Meanwhile, I'm laughing. Ah, you fucker, you're so stupid. Look at you get angry about like fucking clearly and defensive about your fucking bullshit way of acting and talking on here. They got so angry and upset. I was laughing my ass off. Like, honestly, like it's just funny to me. You know, simple stuff is gaming. People are just mean as fuck for no reason. Exactly, because like they're still kids. They haven't stopped being kids. They haven't stopped being immature kids. You know, they're still kids. Like, this is the reason why I'm like, they're kids. They are immature, unable to communicate, unable to be responsible, unable to be mature, unable to be viewed as anything other than kids that shouldn't have a say in anything and need parenting to make sure that they don't fucking hurt themselves or others, you know? And it's like, wiser than those people. See, right there, kids can be wiser than those people. Magochi. See, you know. See, you know, like I've seen this my own damn self. Like sometimes they treat each other nicer, or others nicer than those fucking adults will ever. They can be wiser. They can let things go, and they can grow and move past. And it's like they're better than like adults sometimes. Not every one of them, but like they can be that way. And I'm like, how the fuck are these people like allowed to vote? How the fuck are these people allowed to have jobs? How are these people allowed to have rights that make it so that they are able to infringe or impose their will upon others? You know, have a say. Like, they're kids. They shouldn't have a say. You know what I mean? I've seen kids cooperate better than some people. Same. You know, I remember when we used to do it, and then it's caused the whole system to be corrupted. It does. Like those negative biases, the police, FBI, CIA, corporations, you know, the mob mentality of various influencers and echo chamber validation bubbles online for subreddits and forums and more. Like, they're all the same to me. NCIS. Yeah. It was a good show. It was, actually. It was. It was not a bad show at all. Although, like, some of it had some of its flaws, if I'm being honest. You know, kind of like any sitcom or any kind of show is like a very rinse and repeat format consistently, and it typically follows an overarching plot line for the entire like season or a few seasons, you know, so that way they can, you know, have something to focus on as writers. But like Reddit has some serious issues, but it's really just, I should say, the world, and I talk about that throughout my beginning part of the stream, the first 2.5 hours, 3 hours here, you know, my stream was about that. So I'm glad that you see it, you know, as well, and agree. So it was just fun. And, you know, see, and that's the thing. Like, it doesn't always need to be anything other than just fun. You know what I mean? Yeah. Oh, I love this. Suspiciously specific. The annoying digress. Who needs a therapist when you can just do 2 huge dabs, take some melatonin, pass out, sleep through your alarm, miss work, wake up to a text from your off saying you're fired, feel nothing, smoke more weed, then start driving for Postmates till you're back on your feet. Been talking for 4 hours. Damn, you might need a break. Maybe relax. You can feed him. Just chill. Yeah. Right there in the camera, just right there. Wiggle my toes. Pay for free. You get the view for free. Yeah. Let me have it all. I mean, I'll tweet that fucking shit out and put on its fucking Discord at some point. I'm sure you'll be able to watch my feet and whatnot. Enjoy yourself. It's fine. I don't really mind. I really need to get an OnlyFans. Truthfully. Yeah, VIP status over here. I really need to get enough followers and like have consistent viewers, over the course of like a week or days here to be able to get somewhere and hopefully get subscribers, get some money from that, or at least have the ability to get somewhere on donations, have an income. Yeah. So I hope you do so. Same, man. Thanks for the love, bro. I appreciate that. Prime Cat memes. Today I learned, says, and today I learned, Florida has an invasive population of wild monkeys that carry a strain of herpes that is transmissible to humans and can kill you. Oh, fucking great. Florida is just a terrible place sometimes. Every time it's like, you want drugs, have fun with the drugs, but like understand that you're taking on the drug part. For right now, I guess you just got me. That's a fair point. I got myself mostly, if I'm being honest. Like that's kind of how I view things. Is I got myself and whatever's in my head. Sometimes not so great. Yeah. But anyways, boy seeing uncovered girl for the first time. What? Oh, it's in the Middle East. They're always covered all the time. Yes, they use aborted fetal cells to flavor Coke and Mountain Dew, to name a few. Yes, it's freaking true, and yes, it's very disgusting and disturbing. This rings like a fucking way the President Trump would say something that's a complete total lie. Confidently incorrect is the subreddit Dylan to back 8. Not gonna lie, the Mountain Dew fetal splash is delicious. If it was true, like honestly, that's stem cells. I would harvest the shit out of those stem cells. I would try and use that as a viewer and fan. Yeah, no kidding. Right now, like sometimes I get like other people that watch me for a decent amount of time, and I haven't gotten anyone returning, so I hope I get people returning. But I typically stream every Saturday or Sunday around 5 to 6 p.m. at the start. And then moving forward, I'm going to start trying to, and I do it for 5 hours. And so then moving forward, I'm going to start trying to get morning streams for my coffee, going, because I'm typically a little animated and a little bit creative, and I'm willing to dance and blah, 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 and try and make some shit happen, to get myself perked up and, doing things. But like the last week or so, I haven't been able to get myself going. I've been having a hard time. So, it's been a bit rough. And now that my mom's back and like my mom and I do not get together, it's a whole thing. Like there's abuse there, there's neglect there's a lot of stuff. Not to bum anyone out, but it's a thing. It's a thing, and it brings me down. So it takes a bit to push myself up, and then I have other things going on that seem to be pretty frustrating. And like I said, there genuinely is like a lot of other like past stuff, and there's a lot there. I definitely recommend going through my YouTube if you want to know and learn a little bit more about my past history, about what's going on. Like some of that is there, and my views, and then some of my concept designs, and why I fluctuate in mood. And there's a lot of stuff there. and it's out in the open. Anybody that wants to deal with it, it's just fucking. That's one hell of a long video. Some of them are extraordinarily long, but like the energy is there, and you can listen to it over time and get it done if that's the thing that you're looking for. I absolutely recommend it, but it's not for the faint of heart. It's a trigger warning for sure. So I'm not getting anything on Reddit right now at all. It's annoying me. Well, that's something I like to talk about. Okay, so what is Magochi, if you're still here, what are your takes, okay, on the idea that society is bullying transsexuals because they simply don't automatically accept that they are a woman or a man unless they happen to be, looking in the conventional sense like a woman or male would or should, and dress and talk and act like them. And so the reason why they have this body dysmorphia and the other, issues, it stems from that very reason that they are not being validated immediately. So that's a thing. I'm gonna get a fucking Discord. How do I make a Discord? That's a good question. How does one make a Discord? Discord. I need to make something. Well, he's not really there. Magochi left. Everyone, Magochi left. No, that's for the Windows. No. Linux, Mac. There's no Chromebook? No Chromebook Discord? I'll do that some other time. All right, so back to just not having anyone to talk to or anything to talk about. But water the right way for every brewer. Caucasian dagger, moving Century US. You trust Quantum Simulator? I don't know anymore. Extinct fossil fish dating back 420 years, found alive in Madagascar. Oh boy, I was like, yeah, no, sorry. Depends on the person. I think it starts from when they grew up and where they grew up in. Sometimes people develop it from a young age. Sometimes develop it later. I think society does have a factor. That's fair. That as well as I feel like a lot of people discount that there's gender fluidity that exists, as in people can change their concept of self over time and be much more masculine and accepting and actually fully believing that that's what they are, and then later on change what they want to be and what they want to be perceived as, and a lot more feminine and a lot more different when they get older. Pressure for wanting to look and act in a way that messes up people's perspective. Ow, cat. Yes, very true. You guys want to see Magochi? You want to see the Furbs? Her name is Furby. She is a cat. She's a Kalika. No, you're not going to run. Yeesh. She likes to spear me with her claws. That definitely need to get clipped or something. Meow meow. Kind of name for feet. No, she's just a tiny little kitty. Just a tiny little kitty. She's the kittiest of kitties. She's a cutie. But she loves to paw at me when I've been at the computer for a while. Yeah. Huh. Yeah, you do, huh? Yes. Yep. All right. Thank you. She's cute as fuck. I mean, I have the one. I need another one for her, or really just myself. Like just like a cat gets bored and lonely and like starts having issues when they don't have enough stimulation or another cat around. so too do I. I get bored and lonely, and I don't have enough stimulation, and I get self-destructive sometimes. You know what I mean? Yeah, I used to have a cat. Oh yeah, what did you used to have? I'd love to know. Free micro. Arizona will keep sending migrants where they actually need to go, says Democratic government. Katie Hives, governor, not government. Yeah, right. Like she's a Caliclio. She'll always be a girl. Her name was Pussy. I know, weird. Nah, doesn't sound weird to me. But the idea was naming her pussy was from Pussycat. But yeah, she was a wild bitch. She got pregnant, left her kids, and just dipped. Sounds familiar. That sounds fairly familiar. Most cats tend to do that. Unless they're like, this is my house. You kittens, I guess, are now here. But please fucking leave. You know what I mean? I kind of want you not around, you bastards. Over 19,000 end-of-life Cisco routers exposed to RCE attacks. God damn it. How'd she get pregnant? There's another cat in the neighborhood that she got? Like that ended up coming around bumping the uglies or the beauties or whatever the hell it is. Just fucking Jesus, come on, can you focus? Thank you. There you go. The thing is, we went on vacay. We took her with us. She used to stay until 4 a.m. hoeing, so she got pregnant. Weird sick about her. She just did her thing. Yeah. That sounds. That's. Yeah, that's why cats can't be outdoor cats. That's literally what it is. They get into heat, and it's like you can't let them go outside. They literally will get pregnant. They will get pregnant. You know what I mean? Like they stay inside. Yeah. I was like, where'd this fucking adult cat come from? Where's this guy cat coming from? Where'd you even fucking? There's no fucking cat door around here. Where the fuck this bitch sneak in from? They can't. I mean, I didn't think she would, but she did. And sad part, she left her kiddos. Yeah. No, apparently cats just don't give a shit. Like I say, they're like, yeah, whatever. I had them, whatever. Like, I don't want to be around you. I don't want to parent you. Like, I got you this far. Now it's your turn to just fucking deal with whatever it is that you have going on in life. Get out of here. Get out of here, kid. Shoo. Get. You know what I mean? Like, for once. Oof. Man, I'm sorry. Were you able to raise them? Were you able to find them good homes? Was that something that you were able to do? And Sundance, Jason says he took it fast. Nice. Fuck yeah, bro. Type 2 diabetes. Antipsychotic may help lower blood sugar. And there are several antipsychotics that actually make it so you get diabetes. So, whoop-de-doo. A specific one-off instance with certain people that respond like this with these very specific antipsychotics seem to suggest that they could have their type 2 diabetes treated with a dopamine-reducing, mentally unsafe, unsound treatment medication that definitely will not help them feel good about life in any context or manner. So here you go. Give me money for this medicine. Anyways, it's just it's an article. Anyways, I have issues with that. Like, I have issues clearly. We gave him to a vet, took care of him because they had supplies to help them left. Oh, that's very nice of you. That's very, very nice of you. Southern Wisconsin field. I'm glad you were able to get them, a home or like a place that could care for them until they could get home. It's like, that's a lot. It's like all of a sudden you're gonna have a 30-pound bag of cat food and it's gonna go in like a week or fucking a couple of days. It really depends, truthfully. But also you have to nurse kittens up. Like, it's not just the cat. It's like you have to nurse them to be able to get them to live. So, isolation and dementia is High intensity exercise, the brain, migraine, and MS. Yeah, it's hard to nurse them quite a bit. Turbine maker Siemens Games blames large quite on specific component failures. There you go. The ship plant. Let's see. Finally, no serious waves. This week of security. Get deep day. Mention SPF. Sorry. Yeah, I'm randomly trying to find something to talk about. King Kong Bunny Resort fully booked for the year of the rabbit. Damn. Is it King Kong? Hong Kong. I don't know why I read that as King Kong. Holy shit. The fuck? Oh, golly. Could you imagine there's a place called King Kong out there? Just a country just chilling, being a King Kong country? They're just over there doing King Kong shit and nobody fucking worries about them in the entire world. Like, they're just doing King Kong. I'm being King Kong over here. I'm a King Kongian. You know what I mean? You know, you need to talk about anything. No. I got 30 more minutes though before this stream is done. That's true. There's a place to call. I think there is a place called King Kong, truthfully. But like at the same time, if it was a country, I mean that would be pretty cool. 30 only? Damn. I know, right? You gotta make it work. Tormos gave V8 gigahertz $854 million to rejoice. Or not dollars, reasons to rejoice. Concerning strain drug resisting. New concerning strain of drug-resistant gonorrhea found in the U.S. for the first time. Oh, I'm gonna stream. Yeah, no, I might stream tomorrow morning during my coffee, which you might see. Nothing. I was going to say I might have my shirt off. That's a thing. Morning as in, that's a good question. I have somewhere I have to go at noon. So, which I'm in Arizona. So it's Mountain Standard Time. So probably like 9 a.m. if I'm going to do it. I'll tweet about it. You know, boy, only if you do it for me. You don't want to see my flabby moobs and my belly is skinny, but also somewhat flabby. Yeah, no, right? Yeah. Shucks. No. Oh, Sounds reasonable. Okay. All right. Yeah. Psychological stress in middle age may raise risk by 24%. Yeah, great. Fucking no, I don't want that. Shit. I don't want dementia. Fuck dementia. Dementia can go fucking suck my dick and balls. For life, forever. Never want it. Never should have it. Never gonna get it. I hope. Anyways. I mean, I want mine, but you know, the main star or the fee, yeah, not gonna, won't mind them. I saw an A, that's what that was. Yeah, the main star, the feet. Well, yeah, well, you'll get to see my feetsies. You know, I gotta fucking do that real quick. You know what? We're gonna be on stream doing this. We're gonna fucking. Can I get Discord for fucking Chromebook or something? I need to create like a fucking thing. It's a thing with this stuff. So descriptive, I couldn't begin to describe how descriptive that is. Being sarcastic about it. You know, being sarcastic. Buzz Aldrin gets married at 93 to his longtime love. Sweet. Email. Use this bad boy. We'll do this bastard of a name. We'll do this. kind of a thing, and then that kind of a thing, and this sort of a whatever stuff for these things, and then I've created an account. Maybe. We'll see. I am a human, yes. Do the thing that says I am one. I clicked you. Go faster. You fucker. Containing a daisy. That's a daisy. That's a daisy. That's a daisy. Verified. Verify me, bitch. Okay, you can have Discord and Chromebook. I think you have it quicker so that you can. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, I'm currently doing the Discord stuff. Currently. Alright, create my own for Clover community. We will upload no. None of these are the correct papers of the wall variety. I'm maybe that one could be it. Maybe that'll work. Maybe that helps create that one, I guess. It's a mushroom cloud. I am creating a server, yes. I am absolutely creating a server specifically for the fucking camera thing that I'm going to tweet out. I'll paste for you in the chat somehow. It's still creating itself. This bastard of a problem. Be created already. Do it. Do it for my pleasure. Do it now. Ooh. Faster! Why are you so slow? I'm sorry. I'm trying as fast as I can. The one above you. Yes, that one. All right, so it's done. I'm going to check it out right now. Cool. Nice. It's not doing it. I don't care about the app directory. Go away. Topic graphic. What the fuck? Just streaming stuff. Google's Play Store. I'll wait. Fine. Jesus shit. You slow ass bitch. Take me to my server. There, me. All right, so this is so how do I invite people? That's a good question. Invite people. There it is. That's what that is. And it'll expire in 7 days. Okay, cool. So you can stream yourself. Yeah, well, no, I mean, it's really for people if they want to chat and have a community for the, Xenon Reality online goings on, but also that home camera thing too. Here's the Discord link. All right. And then there's that. So that's there. Creating a community and to chill a game. No, I would in every way. I shouldn't say it that way. I mean that, like, I would in every way, but like I can't game, so that's kind of what the problem is for me, realistically. And then share device and add sharing, and then we'll copy the link. We'll go into this. Get on my laptop. I'm gonna add it to all of my various things going on too. The links that I have. So that'll be nice. Yeah, you can do that. I don't know why. I'm ADHD and I ended up making a lot of sounds for no reason. I'll just paste this link real quick. All right. So, and this is what is it called again? The little Elf Smart camera. It's just that camera. So there you go. But you have to use an app. So there you go. Have fun with that, I guess. Tweet about it. It's time to tweet the product. Yeah. No, like you have to use like an app to be able to use and view the through the camera. But that thing also has like kind of poor reception. It's slow sometimes. I don't know. Point is, it's supposed to be there from time to time. New Discord link. All right, and then we'll copy the fucking, where's the erg. You know what? We'll do this real quick. We'll do this. I'll just show on Discord. You're good. I know it sounds crazy, but I get you. So see here. So sometimes I do. Sometimes I don't. That's the whole thing. And I don't call myself crazy too often, but I don't view myself as crazy more often than not. And then let's see here. Is that Discord link again? Let me just post that real quick. Is that Discord link again? You bastard. Is that Discord link again? You bastard. I paused you. I paused you so hard. You bastard. I paused you. I paused you so hard. You bastard. I paused you. I paused you. Okay, yeah, shut up. This fucker was not pausing. New Discord link out there now. Still streaming. Yeah. At twitch.tv /reality. I'm so cool. It's so stupid. That is the stupidest fucking thing. Anyways, yes, it is. Oh god, it's looping. It sounds like we're going. It felt like we're going down a spiral. Yeah. Sometimes that happens, unfortunately. But it's not. You can pull yourself out sometimes. That's a thing. Other times you're trapped in a loop and you'll never get out. You have to wait for it to slowly end as the energy is taken from it all. Do you know that song? Do you remember that song, Magochi? Do you remember that song? I remember that song. Yeah, it's fucking Christ. What was that song? Take me to it's basically what that sounds like to me. And so see, I can only give you like the tonality of it because I don't know the lyrics here, obviously. But it's like fucking shit or beat, yeah. Fuck it, disappeared. That's okay. Something like that. I don't remember. Oh my god, it's stuck in my head though, but I can't hear the lyrics. It's not a Fortnite song. It's like a 2010 song, like a fuck. I wish I could hear the song. I wish I could give you exactly the lyrics. I don't remember the lyrics though. That's the thing with being hard of hearing, you know what I mean? I just remember that song. I love that song. I wish I could tell you what the song was. God, fuck that beat. Fuck. Yeah, okay. So do electrons spin? I'm pretty sure they do. Like it would make sense that they don't. You just aren't able to measure it very easily, I would imagine. Dun 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 dun. Ba 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 da da da. Being the way. No, it's not a Kanye West song. No, I don't, it's definitely not. It's like a pop song though. Yeah. American Boy. Yes, that's exactly what that. Yes, American Boy. It has to be American Boy. Give me a second. I have to look this up. Thank you so much. It's in my head right now, and I have got to listen to it. Is it? Is it really? Oh yeah, no, he does have Kanye West, or she does have Kanye West in there. All right, well there you go. I'm in the general channel, and nobody's in my Discord. You'll get to it. American Boy. I'm so sorry. It was on my mind. Oh my gosh. Is that on? Is this on? Can I hear this? I can't hear this. Why can't I hear this? What is going on here? Oh, this thing. Are you doing that thing that I don't want you to do? That's what it is. We do the LA. We do. Think of my American boy. It's American boy. American boy. It is absolutely the song. You got it right. Magochi for the win. Magochi for the win. Yeah. American boy. Oh, this is so flagging. This is so flagging my disc. Yeah. There's no way. Did you guys hear that? I hope you didn't hear that. I really hope you did. I really hope that you did not hear that song. So that way I don't get DMCA. Oh, you didn't hear anything? That's great. That's good. That's good. I like that. It means I'm not going to get copywritten or anything, but it was American Boy. It was perfect. Wonderful. That was the song going in my head. Just faint noises. Yeah, well, that's because these are loud as fuck. They are terrible. I am hard of hearing as fuck, man. Like, which a lot of things are as fuck or as balls. Like, balls are both simultaneously the hottest and the coldest things ever that anything can be. Same thing with fucks as well. Yeah, when I hear that, I just kick my feet up and jam. Oh, yes, well, the camera is there, Magochi. The camera is there. I'm not even sure if Twitch is because they banned people for showing shit. Which apparently men can show their fucking tits now, with the context of it being in pools or something. I mean, what do you mean? Wait, what do you mean balls can be hot? This fucking, it's cold as balls out there. It is hot as balls out there. Man, it is cold as fuck out there. It is hot as fuck out there. That kind of thing. The expression, yeah. They are both simultaneously the hottest and the coldest fucking things ever. Makes no sense at all, and I'm like, I don't get it, but I do get it. My balls do be like that sometimes, though. Maybe I should have an insulating mouth from a woman out there to make sure that they stay correct temperatures. That's a bad joke. Maybe some of them out there don't get it. It's also kind of not not a joke. It's not a joke. And what I'm saying is, out there, I would like that somewhere at some point, but that's a thing. The only thing Twitch bans people lately is slurs. Even then, people sometimes don't get banned. That's fair. I don't know. It's like, I see your titties on the women's nipples. And it's like, wait, what? It's like, it's an entire woman's tit on her nipple. Yeah, well, usually they do have a tit attached to them. Typically, I don't know very many that aren't that way. Oh my God. Anyways, as someone, a guy who's slurring hardcore, I had a few watching, but he's so streaming to get banned. Yeah, I could see that. People tend to do shock value or something, try and show off at first, but then, sometimes that's just not acceptable, and that's how it's it's not about the what's it called What's it? It's not about an algorithm. They require people to report people for that. So they don't have an algorithm that you have to report them and you have to give them a clip, to be able to get them banned. Or there has to be one of the main, Twitch moderators or, people that work at Twitch come in and watch you. And then that gets you banned or caught or something. And so that's a thing. Feet are fine, trust. I'm sure they would be. Maybe at some point I'll do a creepy only my feet stream. You know what I mean? I'll just leave him there behind or underneath the desk. He was doing a call thing, and he would use the F word a lot. Creepy. Come on, it's not creepy. No, I was just being inflammatory. It's not creepy. It's not. To each their own. They like what you like. Whatever floats your boat, man. That's always what that is for me. I don't really give a fuck. I personally love it when women. And see, this is a thing, and I really mean that. This is a real thing here. Women, men, both equally like to look at each other and their parts that they happen to have, hands, feet, genitals, whatever, or their smell, goes back goes back both ways. You know what I mean? Goes both ways here. And so, like, it's like there needs to be more representation of women liking feet because it's only a man thing. There needs to be more representation of women liking a man's smell because it's only a man thing. And I like that. I like the idea of putting that out there. Like, because that's, that's real talk, actually better, more inclusivity. Like, there are men that like to get raped too. It's not just the women, and dominated as well. And I'm like, you're right. True. Honestly, needs to be more representation out there. You know what I'm saying? Same thing with like older men or older women with the younger, or the BDSM crowd, like what, I don't fucking know. But the point is like, fucking America has such a hang up about sexual shit. Like, it has such a hang up, like a massive hang up, about sexual shit. And it's like any kind of sexual shit, really. It's about anything. And they act like they're not acting kind of autistic to a certain degree, as the mob. Like, no. And they hyper fixate on it and make it the biggest, most important thing. But then you're so taboo, never do it, never allow for it. And then it's like, what's that? That's not true. That's you shouldn't, like, just realize that we're animals still. We still want to fuck, most of us. We still like that kind of a thing. We like to fuck. We like to be looked at. We like to be viewed correctly and not, and so we're still in the mating ritual that is us. Even though we're 8 billion strong, created all of these civilizations and all of these technologies and shit, we're still in the mating ritual. Call out, hey, you want some fuck? You want some fuck? Hey, I'm a bird. Want some fuck? You want some fuck? You want some fuck? Look at me. You want some fuck? Want some fuck? And like, that's what we're doing. That's what we're all kind of doing. You know what I mean? And it's like, oh, no, we don't do that. No, we're special. We're humans. We're not like the animals that we certainly somehow evolved from. And somehow we're no longer even animals. We are nothing like this. We have surpassed all possibility of biology influencing us because our brains are sentient and all of these things. And so therefore our biology doesn't affect us at all. No! Who fucking lied to you? Where is this person? Where the fuck is this? I want to fucking have a word with this garbage person. Who are they? Where are you? Who are they? You absolute idiots. Damn, right? Yeah, damn, yeah. It's true though, it's like we really do try our best to basically get some fuck. We all trying to get some fuck. We all trying to get our needs met, our emotional, mental, and physiological needs met, man. That's what we're doing. And like to say otherwise is just kind of like weird. I'm saying you're trying to get your needs met. Honestly, I just like souls. It's like, that's fine. That's what I'm saying though. Like, those are some needs you have. You want to see some shit. You know what I mean? Like, you got a need to see some shit. So you want to see some shit. And, like, that's what that is. You got a need, It's all the meat I care for. Well, there you go. You know what I mean? You never know. You keep watching. I do take my socks off eventually. I'm usually a sock guy because, like, I have tiles on the floor where my loafers, you get to see my feet at home camera. I know you probably won't use it. Don't feel weird if you do, though. I'm putting it out there for a reason, Yeah, I'll never use it. Yeah, I figured. Honestly, I was fully like aware that that's probably not going to be a thing most people do. You know what I mean? Because it's like it's your home camera. I get to just watch you at your home. Isn't that kind of weird? And I'm like, no, for me, I don't give a shit. Like honestly speaking, I don't. I really don't. I mean that. That's weird to say, but it's like I don't care. If I wanted, like I've got my fucking privacy for my bath or whatever. Doesn't feel right. Yeah, no. I mean, I get you. Like, like the other people are different. I don't. I just don't really give a shit. Like most people are typically fairly boring until they're on stream on camera doing something. You know what I mean? And your souls. Nice one, right? Nice flirt. I like the flirt, man. I'll take it. I'll take it. Honestly, most action I've gotten in a long ass time. Just saying something. Seriously. Yeah, it's saying something. Like I gotta get myself out there, but like I'm in a rural ass town with no money. Like all I get is like to drink at like a bar or some shit. There's coffee shops, but like, that's not really like, it's just not a place that people go, oh hey, what's up? Mind if I join you for fucking coffee? I'm talking to you, or did you try to chill out and have coffee? I don't believe it. Like not flirting here, but man, your hands was fuck. Yeah, well, I'm a little, and your personality is just unique. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. I got to end the stream, unfortunately. But what I'll say is, I don't really get approached. I don't really get hit on. I don't have a lot of opportunity to go out and talk to people. So that's kind of what that thing is. And then online, I'm just not getting any bites, that kind of thing. So, that's kind of what's going on. But I have to end the stream. It's 5 hours in. I get an allotted 5 hours. So, I have to see you next time. I might see you tomorrow morning or next week's Saturday, Sunday. 5, 6 p.m. See ya.